So I had tried yesterday when Greg is actually seeing this.
Welcome, everyone, to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of hearings for Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Scott Barrett and I'm the Acting Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Saffin and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of small business, recovery and the North Coast. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn in as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I note there are witnesses in the overflow seating area. I would like to remind you that if you come forward to answer questions, please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table. This assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. Ms Fitzgerald, Ms Clark and Ms Laposta, as you have not yet appeared before this committee for budget estimates, you'll need to be sworn. Could you each please state your name and position and swear either an oath or affirmation?
I'm happy to go first.
Yeah, if we can go in that order to make it easier.
Yep, Kate Fitzgerald. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Ms Clark?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And Ms Laposta? Oh, Mr Laposta, sorry.
That's all right. Joseph Laposta, Coordinator General of the Bondi Community Response. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you, Chair.
Apologies again, Mr Laposta. Mr Kennett, you're on video conference. Could you please also state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
I, Graham Kennett, Executive Director, Reconstruction. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. For all other witnesses, I remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will begin questions from the opposition. That's all. Minister, good morning. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Minister, how much input did you have into the drafting of the Digital Work Systems Bill?
That is a bill that was with the Minister for Industrial Relations, but what I would say about the bill is, despite a lot of commentary that I saw, it didn't change the fundamental rights and obligations of anybody. What that bill did was incorporate AI systems into the bill, into the management system. And that bill had been around for a while. There was the Future at Work, if I recall correctly, that the inquiry, it had been recommended from about 2022. And of course I look at everything, particularly where it impacts on business, particularly small business. But that bill was with the Minister for Industrial Relations, and it really doesn't change the fundamental rights and obligations, despite some of the commentary that I heard.
So if it doesn't, it brings me to another point, because prior to the bill, a person conducting a business or undertaking was ultimately responsible for the safety of their workers, regardless whether a human or a computer or an algorithm set their work conditions. So prior to this bill, was it an offence for the PCBU that a computer or algorithm made the conditions unsafe?
Look, any workplace, any employer has a duty, an obligation, a legal one, to ensure that safety is paramount in the workplace. I mean, that exists. This just simply incorporates the AI systems into it. And it was particularly arose out of what happened with Uber and directing the Uber riders or drivers through an AI system, directing them in a way that was totally unsafe or to do something that was unlawful. That's what it's aimed at. And a lot of small businesses, they're not necessarily, particularly some of the small ones, a lot of the mum and dad ones, a lot of them that exist statewide, they're not using a lot of these AI systems anyway.
So did you meet with any of those people that are working for Uber prior to this bill coming in?
I didn't meet with the Uber people, no, but I'm well read on it. I knew what the purpose of the bill was, and it was just, like, we have to keep up with the development of AI. That's what everyone tells us, otherwise we'll get left behind. The bill simply incorporated it as part of the management system. That's how I read the bill. That's the advice that I got on the bill. And it didn't, I'll repeat that it didn't alter any obligations or any union rights or anyone else who could have access. It just meant that the existing obligations and rights also to apply to digital work demands. That's what it does.
What small businesses did you meet with about this bill?
I meet many small businesses. I meet with Business New South Wales, the regional chambers, and I haven't had a huge outcry from small businesses. But of course I monitor that. That's my job. That's what I do.
So were any of those organisations particularly supportive of the bill?
Well, they didn't. The ones who understand it, yes, they were. Some of them were. But the ones who understand it know that it didn't change the substance of the law. It incorporated if there was an AI demand in the management system. That's what it did.
This bill picks up a lot more than just AI, though, when we talk about digital systems. Why was it necessary then, if you're saying it doesn't ultimately change anything?
Well, it was necessary to save the lives of Uber riders, for a start, who were actually, instructed by a digital system, an AI system, to go out into unsafe places and also go out and do things that were illegal. So it had to be done. And it was quite a big inquiry, a substantial inquiry into the future of work. And really, everyone says we have to get with AI, we have to get with it at every level.
So prior to this bill, were those instances you were talking about, were they legal prior to this bill?
Which?
The sending people, you just said something about sending people out to do unreasonable tasks. Was that reasonable prior to this bill?
Look, it's never legal to send people out, but it also means that if you're inspecting something, that you also have access to the algorithm or the AI system that demanded they go out. That's what it did. I've never seen such a sort of brouhaha around something that didn't fundamentally change the substance of it.
Minister, if a small business uses a subscription software like Xero, will the bill compel Xero to open their codes to a union official?
Look, I'll take that on notice.
And if... Okay. Thank you, Minister. Which firearm businesses have you met with to discuss the impact of the new firearm laws, Minister?
Sorry, I missed that.
How many firearm businesses have you met with to discuss the impacts of the new firearm laws?
I've spoken to a couple of them, particularly up in my electorate, up in my area, and I've got one pending.
How are they feeling at the moment about the impact of these laws?
Look, they've raised the issue that they're concerned about the supply issue. They've raised that. And of course, I've, had the conversations with the minister, and we'll be looking at that.
Is concern a bit euphemistic there, Minister? Some businesses have lost 90% of their firearm sales since this was introduced.
It's not
They're
euphemistic.
a little bit more than
it's not
concern,
euphemistic.
aren't they?
They've raised their concerns, and I've communicated those concerns, and I'll stay in that discussion with them as small businesses.
What compensation will be delivered to these businesses to make up for the effect of these
Well, the
laws?
scheme hasn't been, it's not designed yet, so it's in the works.
But the impact is already being felt, as you've already mentioned with the gun
Well,
owners.
they've
the
raised their
gun shop owners.
concerns, and they will substantiate that as we go on. But look, the key issue here is what happened in Bondi never happened before. It was a massive terrorist attack. The idea, the concept, the agreement, and remember it went through the Parliament. It was agreed to, so it passed. The bill was passed. And yes, when we work out a scheme based on the bill, we'll take all those things into consideration, but it went through with the support of the Parliament, and it was about keeping our community safe, and I won't resolve from that.
Do you think shutting down gun shops in Lismore and Tenterfield would have stopped the
It's
incident
not-
at Bondi happening?
Look, I don't accept your question that it's to shut down businesses. The overriding concern is to keep our community safe, and that was agreed to in the Parliament. The bill went through. We were here before Christmas. The bill went through. That was the overriding concern, and all of what flows from it in terms of the scheme for the buybacks, the supply, all of those things will be taken into consideration.
How quickly will we see something on that, Minister? Because these businesses, as you are aware, are all already reeling from the impact of this.
It will be, as I understand it, probably around April, but it won't be too long.
And are you confident that none of those gun shops that you are talking about in Lismore, Tenterfield, that they won't shut down because of this?
You're trying to put words into my mouth,
No,
and
sorry,
it won't
Minister, I'm not at all.
work.
I'm asking you, it was clear question.
And of course I'm concerned about the small businesses, any small business, and particularly, I have some of those small businesses in my electorate, so as a local member, I will represent their concerns, and that's what I'm doing.
So when will the compensation package be available?
That's a question for Minister Catley.
What conversations have you had with Minister Catley about what can be provided to support these businesses?
I've put forward the concerns of the small business, and it'll be taken into consideration, as it was when we had the gun buyback scheme many years ago in New South Wales. It was done with the Commonwealth.
Are you confident the buyback will still go ahead if other states aren't signing up to it?
New South Wales have agreed to go ahead with the Commonwealth.
So will we be doing buybacks in New South Wales?
That's what was agreed to. The Premier said that. He made that very clear on the public record.
Minister, in the middle of last year, your government changed how land tax is assessed for primary producers.
Mm-hmm.
There are now cherry growers no longer eligible for land tax exemptions because Revenue New South Wales considers boxing their cherries to be a value add to their product. This could put them out of business, Minister. Surely you see this as being totally absurd. Do you see this as being absurd?
Look, what I'll say about the land tax is two things. One, The Revenue New South Wales, I understand the system hasn't changed, the law hasn't changed, but the nature of some of the farming businesses have changed as they value add and diversify and do different things on their land. And therefore the land tax is operated in a different way. And there's been various decisions that have been in NCAT, etc., etc. And when, like there was a case before NCAT, I recall, and when it found that up to 90% of the business wasn't primary production, it was value adding, then the land tax applied. But one business has come to me in the Northern Rivers, and of course I've put that forward to the minister who's responsible for revenue, but it's something that'll be worked through. But I just want to make the point that the law hasn't changed in that area, but the practice has, and I'm well aware of what the New South Wales Farmers has said, and of course I'm looking at that. But some of these are, some of them are small businesses, some of them are big businesses.
You say the law hasn't changed on that, Minister, but it was the farming practices. The farming practices didn't all just suddenly change in the middle of last year. There was clearly a decision by government to change the way they looked at this. This is having huge impact on these small businesses you're talking about. Are you happy with the direction of this and the impact it's having on small businesses?
Look, my concern is with the farmers and primary producers, as you and I both know, they're critical for getting, the food on our plates. And I'll make the point, though, there's been no change in the definition relating to primary production exemptions or how it's interpreted by Revenue New South Wales. And New South Wales farmers, they're advocating for change. And I have a copy of what they've put forward. I just got it the other day. And I'm concerned for my businesses, the small businesses, but look, it hasn't changed. It's something that the government will consider as we, have these discussions about it. But really, it hasn't changed.
Something's changed, Minister, because at the middle of last year, 2 years ago, they weren't paying this land tax. Then, in the middle of last year, they are paying that land tax. Are you suggesting that's purely because in the middle of last year, all these farmers changed their farming practices?
No, I didn't suggest that at all. I'm saying that the law hasn't changed. Revenue is enforcing the law as it is, and these are issues that have just come before us last year and early this year.
Minister, you and I chatted about this at budget estimates last time, and you said you'd look into it.
And I have, and I am. And
so
I'll
what's happened since then?
Well, I'll continue to look into it. It's a live discussion, and you know that it's a live discussion.
So how close are we to having a change? Because these businesses are getting closer and closer to going out the back door.
They're not getting,
part because of this
Some
bill.
of the businesses are not getting closer to going out of the back door. Some of the businesses that I've talked to, and particularly one in the Northern Rivers, but they're seeking a change so that their value adding is not covered by the land tax. That's what they're seeking. That's what the New South Wales farmers are seeking.
Some of this land tax is an increase of $50,000 to $100,000, Minister. How's that? Do you really think they've got that much fat in their profits that that's not having a severe impact on their businesses?
Look, it's a case-by-case basis. I mean, some of them are big businesses. They're not small businesses. And when it's a big business and 90% of what they're doing is not primary production, then they come within the Act. But where there's concerns, these are the concerns that I'm in conversations with the responsible minister and others.
So is it okay to bleed these smaller guys to make sure you get the bigger businesses? You're
trying again to put words into my mouth, and I would never say that.
So how come these people are getting closer and closer to going out the back door?
They're not. Give me the evidence who's getting closer and closer to going out of the back door.
And
You're
we're
not putting that in front of me.
Having this issue fixed.
It's a live discussion.
So do you think we'll be having this discussion again at next budget estimates, or will there be a resolution?
It's a live discussion, Mr. Barrett.
Minister, do you support the Coffs Jetty Foreshore project?
Look, I do support development in Coffs Harbour, and from what I can see with the foreshore project, I can see that it will give some usable green space that wasn't there before. I'm well aware of the survey. I'm well aware of what's going on in Coffs Harbour. I'm aware of who supports it, who doesn't, and Coffs Harbour does need some development.
So can I just clarify that? You said you're supportive of development in Coffs Harbour. Are you supportive of this particular development?
I am supportive of this particular development with certain constraints around it and making sure that there's accessible green space. And from what I've been told so far, there will be, and that green space is not accessible now and it will be. But yes, I'm aware of the different views. I'm aware of the view of the member for Coffs Harbour, the minister, the locals. I've watched it.
Well, now we're aware of your view as well, Minister, so that's good.
Well, I've already said it on TV, Mr Barrett, so...
Good to have it on the record. Minister, the Treasurer announced 5 options for the emergency services levy the other day, but hasn't released what those 5 options are. Can you expand at all on what the thinking is here?
No, not at this stage. He hasn't released the 5 options to me either, Mr Barrett, but I have asked for... because he said he wants it to go before a parliamentary committee.
But he has 5 options.
He said there were 5 options.
What was the purpose of that announcement?
You'd have to ask the Treasurer. But it's, the way I see it, it's to further how we can deal with the ESL.
Minister, back to the Digital Work Bill. We've all heard of instances where small businesses are left facing long delays for payment by government contractors. This no doubt causes severe psychological distress for these contractors. In this situation, under your new laws, would an official then be able to investigate the government's digital work systems to determine the cause of the delay in the payment?
That would be a question for the Minister for Industrial Relations, but it appears it would apply to any employer.
It just concerns me to keep saying this is an issue for someone else. These are small businesses, Minister, who...
But you said government. You said government.
But it is...
You said a government employer, which is very different to a small business.
No, a government contractor. So someone's a small business...
Oh, a small business. Okay,
yeah.
I thought you were talking about government.
No, a small business facing delays for payment by government contractors. Are they able to investigate the government's digital work systems to determine the cause of delay?
Under the bill?
Yeah.
That's a whole different issue.
But this bill is about being able to look into digital systems.
It's a whole different issue. I mean, it's just the question doesn't arise or apply in that situation. And one thing the government has done, where people register with Buy New South Wales, they do get payments within 5 days, and through the Service New South Wales and the Business Charter, that's being rolled out. So a lot of those contractors or small businesses who register with Buy New South Wales, they can get their payments in 5 days.
If there are other forms of psychological distress as a result of the work they are doing for government, can they then look into the government's digital systems?
Well, that's a question that would be raised elsewhere. It's not a question that's in the law or in that bill.
It's not in the law that they can do that?
It's not in that bill. You're talking about that bill.
Minister, can you tell me how many applications we've... so I'm going to RA now quickly.
RA.
In the last 30 seconds.
Hold on, I'll get that folder.
I just wonder if you can
It's a
tell
big
me,
one.
and if not now, we can come back to
Sure.
it later. How many applications, noting that applications for the disaster of the May event have now closed, how many applications were made and how many were withdrawn?
For which area?
For the Mid-North Coast.
Yeah, but which program?
The small business ones.
Oh, small business. I do have it, but I'll have to get it out of the folder. I do have it here, I can.
We might as well just keep going and then... Oh, can't we?
Andrew, have you got it? I know it's in my folder, but... Yeah, have you got it?
Yeah.
That's all right. Mr. Wells has got it here. Mr. Barrett, do you want me to answer?
I'm just
Oh, you're working out your logistics. Is it all right if Mr. Wells gives that information? Yeah, he does. He does.
Thanks, Mr. Barrett. For the East Coast Severe Weather Small Business Grant, there were 1,951 applications and 677 were approved. We'll need to take on notice specifically how many businesses withdrew their application, which I think was your question. So we'll see if we can come back with that shortly.
Okay. So we've reached a bit of an interesting point where we're now meant to be throwing to cross-bench questions.
Where are they?
Who are not here at the moment. I'm just sort of taking a little bit of advice on this, but I'm thinking, overhearing bits of conversations, do you want to just have a couple of minutes break to see if they do turn up? And if not, we'll throw to 20 minutes of government questions, of opposition questions. Is that sort of what I was inferring from you?
It's in your hands. In your hands.
Does anyone have any objections to that as a plan?
What's the resolution say? I mean, it's allocated by the House, right?
They're not here though, they've just waived it, don't they?
Then we just wait.
Concurrently
We
by the through the chair, it's concurrently by opposition and cross-bench. For this portfolio, it's the order is the order we're doing, but the actual, I don't think the order is the order in the resolution of the House.
So for cross-bench not present, but the opposition still has that time.
Yeah, you still can use that time. So it's in the hands of the chair.
Just keep an eye on them.
Yeah, I think that's it. Right. Okay.
You finish your question.
I know, I need a bit of time. So what we might do then, thanks everyone for your patience on that. We'll throw to 20 minutes, another 20 minutes of opposition questioning. And for that, I'll hand to my colleague, Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning.
Good
I just
morning.
wanted to follow on from a question that my colleague had with regard to the digital works. And I'm wondering, with the new small business charter, it speaks to reducing regulatory burden and improving ease of doing business. So how does the digital work system align with the charter's commitment to minimise red tape? And can you point to specific clauses in the charter that this reform satisfies?
Look, I mean, I'm very committed to reducing red tape, and so is the government. And you would have seen, by way of answering your question to the digital work bill, you would have seen yesterday myself and the Treasurer announced we're looking at cutting red tape with the hospitality sector, and we're doing that in a range of areas. So that commitment stands, and it's the way I describe it, it's an ongoing commitment. It's not like we'll do one-off things. It's what we focus on each and every day to do that. So I'm very mindful of that in all areas. And this isn't, the regulation existed already in the bill itself with the health and safety. That already exists. And this is simply saying your digital systems, the AI, will be brought into the scope of it, into the ambit of it. So to that extent, it doesn't add a whole other regulatory burden, but it just means that your management system you're using now, including the digital, the AI, all those systems, will be part and parcel of it.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn to, I know the Business Connect. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. ASIC data shows approximately 6,200 New South Wales businesses fell into insolvency last year. Mm-hmm. Is that figure consistent with the advice you have received?
I'll just talk to... Look, with insolvency, there's two... I've got the figures here. Miss McDonald... For the 24-25 period, it was the 5,600, just over. And I've seen some of the reporting. I did talk about it in budget estimates before, because there's Series 1 and Series 2, the way that insolvencies are characterised, which you'd be familiar with, I know. And sometimes when they report, they're reporting on the Series 2, because when you go into insolvency, there can be a number of actions along the way. So it's one insolvency, but it can be classified as two events. So that happens sometimes. I've seen that in the paper. But what I'd say about insolvencies is that they've fallen from their peak. And with the number in the first 6 months of 25-26 at 2,728, that's 6% lower than the same period. And while we don't like to see any insolvency, the reality is we do, but the fact that they've fallen from that peak is a good sign, and they impact under 1% of businesses. But at the same time, small businesses in New South Wales have continued to grow. So again, that's a good sign.
Well, it's still, and so as you said, even though they're not at the peak level, the fact that we have these insolvencies, do you consider small business advisory services to be essential?
Oh, they are.
They
All
are.
small business advisory is essential. And small businesses do that themselves, as you know. They get their own advice, they pay for it, they've got their accountants, their business advisors. But as government, anything we can do to complement that, supplement that is a good thing. And I just want to say one other thing about insolvencies, though, because 20% of those figures are actually restructure, because under the system, particularly with the ATO, they can restructure. And that means if they make certain agreements with their creditors, they can continue to operate and keep staff. So that's about 20% of those figures.
Thank you. And so you've said that small business advisory services are essential for small businesses. So when the Business Connect program was discontinued, what assessment was made of the impact on financially vulnerable small businesses?
Look, I'll say this about Business Connect. As you know, it's coming back. And I think we can all celebrate that. We're all committed to it. We all like it. In the budget estimates last year, I got asked the question, is it there? And I said, no, as of today it's not. But I never gave up on advocating to the Treasurer on that particular issue, because I like Business Connect. I think it should change. It's been around for about 30 years, but from 2017 on in the iteration that it was, and that was reviewed in 2021, so it's definitely coming back, but we'll look at how that can be, fit for purpose.
So when you were, like you said, you've been fighting for Business Connect, and even though last budget estimates you said, no, it's not here anymore.
It was gone that day.
Yeah, gone that day.
I was pretty clear.
When you were fighting it for it, was modelling undertaken to determine whether whether terminating Business Connect would increase insolvency risk as part of your fighting to keep it?
Not within Service New South Wales. I think there was no modelling undertaken within Service New South Wales.
And
in the Business Bureau.
And so you said it's coming back, but it's not going to be the same as it was before. What will be the scope or
You'll hear more very soon.
Very soon. How
very
soon? And stuff. And do you know how many businesses accessed Business Connect in its final year?
I do. I'll just look for the figures. I know they're in this folder somewhere.
Okay.
It's a pretty big folder.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So I'll just look for them.
Knowing that small business is the backbone of our country, I don't doubt that the folder is a big...
It's massive. It's massive, as it should be. So Business Connect, the 24-25, and you correct me if I get this wrong, Mr. Wells, but I've got 10,980.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. Small businesses supported by Business Connect, and referrals, they then made 12,399 referrals to government programs.
Okay, so I look forward to your announcement on Business Connect, knowing that quite a significant number of small businesses interacted with Business Connect. So
Yes.
I suppose watch this space.
Watch this space.
All right.
Watch
okay.
this space.
I might turn, if you like, now to the hospitality industry. Minister, I'd like to ask about the unintended consequences of local governments banning new gas connections, particularly the impacts that will have on commercial kitchens, local restaurant sectors and local economies. Because I did read about yesterday, I think it was yesterday, about the latte set and yeah, so I'm just wondering...
Coffee and cake.
Yes.
Not form filling, filing. So what was the question?
Well,
what have local government done?
Yeah, because local government now has, they can plan to electrify their LGAs, but is that at the expense of, and I'll give you an example, say Burwood is a success story in terms of revitalising hospitality, and they're using, and it's one of the 16 coolest, not being cool in weather but cool to go to,
cool
in the world. But part of that hospitality or revitalising is because they're using gas appliances or, gas stoves and things like that. But if...
Like cooking with gas?
Cooking with gas,
yes. I've heard it.
Local councils are now sort of banning gas. So how does that, on one hand we're trying to revitalise areas, and then you've got local government saying no, we're banning it, so we're shutting down the hospitality.
So it's Burwood Council has done that?
No, I'm just saying Burwood is an example.
Oh, it's an example.
Yeah, and there are other areas that would probably like to look to Burwood and say, yeah, we want to do that, but their local government area is banning gas.
Okay. I'll take that one on notice, but eventually, as we go through the transition to low emissions, like getting rid of the greenhouse gases, some of the traditional fossil fuel stuff will go. We're all transitioning. I know I have one of the highest areas where I live in Lismore for solar, the uptake. That will happen over time, but I'll take on notice your question because I'm not aware what the local council is doing.
Okay. I might come back to these ones then.
Yeah, with a bit more information.
Sorry. I might go on to Reconstruction Authority, and
Sure.
I know that's a different folder, so
That's okay.
I'll give you time to
It's
get
bigger.
that other.
Shit. Thank you.
So on the 12th and 15th of March, a data analyst uploaded 2 documents to ChatGPT via a personal email account. When were you first informed that personal information may have been uploaded to ChatGPT via a personal email account?
Okay, that's the data breach in the Northern Rivers.
Yes.
Yeah, that you're referring to. I have here. I think that was around July when I was formally notified. 7th of July,
7th
actually.
of July.
Yeah.
And that but it happened several months before
It
that.
happened several months before.
Yeah. And can you confirm whether members of the public's personal information was in fact uploaded to that external AI platform?
I've got information in the folder here, Miss McDonald, but if you don't mind or agree, can I ask Miss Clark from the Reconstruction Authority to speak to that?
Sure.
She's got the particulars.
Thank you.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So, as you indicated, a contractor downloaded quite a large file from one of our Resilient Homes program Salesforce systems. This was in breach of the New South Wales government IT policies. That file was downloaded from Salesforce and then uploaded to a personal ChatGPT account. It was quite a large file containing over 10,000 individual records. The action was taken by the contractor in March, and it took some time, was picked up by our internal IT monitoring, but it took some time to retrieve and get a copy of that file. And as you can appreciate, given the number of records that were in that file, some time to review and do a forensic analysis of the content of that file.
Mm-hmm. So, Minister,
yes,
there was a policy in place at the time governing the use of the AI tools such as ChatGPT, as indicated.
Yeah,
okay.
There was.
And were you aware of the actions required for an organisation when a data breach is determined to be notifiable?
Yes.
Yes.
And there were discussions that went on with the Privacy Commissioner, between the RA and the Privacy Commissioner, to determine whether it was a notifiable breach. And secondly, I said that we needed an independent review, and that independent review has taken place and it's nearly finalised. I'm just getting the affirmation from Miss Fitzgerald that that is nearly finalised, and I said the findings of that would be made public, so you'll see that in due course.
Okay, so and given that there were, say, 10,000 individual records that were downloaded from one and then uploaded elsewhere, can you clarify when your office or when you were contacted by the department that, and I assume with 10,000 names or that would be a notifiable breach, data breach, regardless of whether you've had a review or not. Can you confirm when you were advised?
I was advised, it was July.
In July?
When I was advised.
That's a long time between when...
Formally advised.
Formally advised,
yeah.
But you knew about it beforehand? Or?
No, I was advised on 7th of July.
7th of July.
And
so
of
then,
course I'm sorry it happened.
Yeah, so then you're advised on the 7th of July. What steps did you or your office immediately take after receiving this advice and when? I know you said you referred it for review,
Sure.
but what other steps?
That I said that to the Reconstruction Authority, to the CEO at the time, that I expected it to be dealt with well, dealt with according to the policy, and that if people's information had been made public, that they would be notified and they would be supported through that process, and that's exactly what happened.
So when you
And
say,
an independent review. I wanted an independent review done.
what does dealt with mean though? Like,
Well, responded to well.
okay. And so so you've got 10,000 people who've had information put out there. When were those individuals notified of the potential breach?
The date was...
It was early October, after the long weekend in 2025, that we notified individuals that were impacted. So, as I said, we had to do a forensic review and we engaged specialists to do that of the data, which took some time. The impact was that there were 2,031 individual personal records and impacts. which then we notified those people who were impacted, but also we proactively outreached as part of that to those that may have registered for or been a part of the program to alleviate any concerns about the level of impact on a personal basis.
That's a long time though, from when the breach happened to when individuals are notified. Why so long? Like, it just...
I was advised it took that long to work out which files had actually been in the so-called public domain. And it took that time. Yeah, for me it wasn't satisfactory that it took that long, but it did.
It did.
It did.
And what...
And it wasn't the 10,000, that's what they had to sort through, but it was 2,031 individuals and everyone was contacted. And I think I had one person contact me about it at my office, at my EO office.
Okay. So the data loss prevention reports were issued, say, on the 12th and 16th of March.
Mm-hmm.
And then these people aren't advised until October, but why did it take until, say, the 16th of May to obtain the correct files before you could then, go through that process? It's a long time.
Unfortunately, if I could answer that.
If Ms. Clark?
Yeah, for you, Minister. Unfortunately, the contractor did not provide the correct files in the first instance. And so we had to make a number of requests to get those files because, as you can appreciate, they were uploaded on a personal account.
Yeah.
There had to be various checks against what had been picked up by the data loss prevention reports. So that did take some time. But then in addition to that, as I said, that file was quite large of 10,000 individual records. However, there were 2,031 individual personal impacts, and given the community in the Northern Rivers, the trauma that they had experienced post the 2022 floods, but also being conscious of the personal impacts that a breach of this type would have on them, we wanted to ensure that we had all the information available about those personal impacts before proceeding to notify them on a one-on-one basis. And we engaged Social Futures, a local recovery support service provider, to also assist us with those notifications.
Would you like myself or the CEO to give an update on what's being done to address it when you ask me that question?
I've got some more questions that might... so I'm just wondering, why were incorrect files initially provided then? Like, it delays everything. So you've got these people that are impacted and then,
Well, from what I was advised, nobody was sure exactly who was impacted. It came to the attention through the internal monitoring that this contractor, in doing some work, had uploaded to his own, chat GPT, as I understand it, and that took time. But what... and as I've said, we can keep walking through it, but it was really unfortunate, and I'm sorry that it took place, and there's a whole lot of steps in place to make sure that doesn't happen again, Ms. McDonald.
Was the contractor subject to any direction to immediately preserve and provide the original documents at the time? Like you're going to and get back and forth trying to get the proper documents.
They were requested to provide a copy of the files, and I think there's been some enhancements to our processes internally at RA. Their director at the time was not aware of the breach at this point in time, and subsequently it was escalated to her that a potential data breach had occurred and the correct files had not been provided, at which stage that follow-up occurred with the staff member.
Okay.
And with the independent review, that is, as I'm advised, it's done, being worked through now, and it's close to being finalised. And as I've said, I will make public the findings, Miss McDonald, because I take this really seriously.
Yeah,
and there's a
as
whole
should.
lot of
Yeah.
steps in place now
So
to stop it.
When, throughout all of this, when was it finally decided, or when did the in-house sort of general counsel decide or make the decision that the breach was notifiable?
To memory, it was September.
September.
September? Or October?
That's a long time as
no,
well.
October.
And is
I think it was
because
October.
of the delay? You know, you've got some staff member or contractor
Yeah.
doing something. He's not supplying, he or she, I don't know who it was, is not supplying the correct. So you're trying to, I don't know.
Well, I wasn't.
No.
but staff were clearly
so
doing
what-
their
so then
best
you-
to get that information.
So it's September, you know, several months after the event, and you've got to determine, yes, it's notifiable. What followed immediately after that determination was made, and were the correct protocols followed then?
There was already work
Or
done
standard.
internally in the Reconstruction Authority prior to it being made public to make sure that the correct policies, procedures were in place. I was advised that staff had undergone training in the mandatory cybersecurity awareness training, etc., and but there was more done after that. And I think the CEO, Miss Fitzgerald, could speak better to the specifics of what the staff were instructed.
Well, okay, can I just do a
Yep.
follow then? Was there further legal advice sought rather than just relying on, is this where you've gone for your independent review, or that's separate from?
I can take this, Minister, if you would like.
On the legal advice?
Yes, we worked closely with the Privacy Commissioner and her office. We also sought independent legal advice. As I said, we had to review the personal information that was in the file to understand the extent of what information had been shared. And yes, we did seek independent legal advice, but also worked closely with Cybersecurity New South Wales and ID support to determine the impact of the breach, but also our next steps to notify those people that were impacted.
So then by doing that, it's delayed until, what did you say, November before they were notified that a breach had occurred?
It was October long weekend
yes.
to memory.
Yeah, it was early October.
Early October, yeah.
So given that time is of the essence, when there's a notifiable data leak or when it's determined, how long did it then take between, it's almost a year, no, it's not quite a year, but that's quite a long time between when the breach happened to when individuals became aware that a breach had occurred.
And
Miss Fitzgerald?
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Ms McDonald, if I can speak to that. So as Ms Clark has outlined, there were factors that were present in relation to our ability to be able to access that data. And make that determination and advise the Minister and engage the key partners. I think what the review is specifically doing is looking at the capability uplift that is required within the Reconstruction Authority to be able to respond more quickly, more effectively and in a compliant way to future breaches in the event that it does occur. We have definitely implemented practice change in relation to the type of information that third-party contractors may have availability to, their ability to be able to upload that to things like ChatGPT, even Microsoft Copilot and so on. So we're implementing strategies to mitigate, I suppose, a breach occurring in the future. But importantly, if a breach does occur in the future, we're implementing, training and capability uplift to ensure that we're notifying impacted individuals and relevant government agencies and the Minister much more quickly in the future. Unfortunately, it is very regrettable the time delays that occurred between the data breach occurring, the notification of that, the notification to individuals. That is regrettable, and I think we are on record of saying that. And but what we are trying to do now is really focus on ensuring that our response going forward is much more proactive, much more effective, and much quicker.
So, Minister, what do you say to, say, the individuals who have been impacted, but they've also had, you know, other trauma because of what they've been going through? What do you say to those people who've had to go through this?
I apologised to them. I said I was sorry. I had those conversations. I was in the media. I was very open and upfront, as I am here, about it, that it was regrettable, as Ms Fitzgerald said. I said that to them, and I know from the Northern Rivers community, I know well, that people were like, yes, it happened, you're dealing with it, okay, let's get on with it.
And are you confident that an incident like this would not happen again in your department?
Cybersecurity, well, things happen, we see it. The Reconstruction Authority, unfortunately, is not the only agency that's had cybersecurity incidents of some kind. And I just, as Minister, I've just said I want to make sure that the systems are in place that this doesn't happen again. So I've made that very clear. That's what Ms Fitzgerald has talked about. All of those steps have been taken. There's internal controls, there's people have been advised what they can do, everybody's been stepping through the cybersecurity awareness training, all of that's in place now.
And to your knowledge, is this the only time that there's been a data breach at RA?
Yes, it is.
That's the only time?
It's the only time I've been advised of a data breach.
What do you say then, you know, like if you've put, the government now has digital work, can we trust that?
The whole, I mean, that's a
I know it's
big
different,
leap,
but
Miss
it's to
McDonald.
do with AI.
It's a big leap.
I thought I would take it.
Just throw it in there.
Yeah, why not? I might throw to my colleague, Mr. Barrett, if that's
Thank you. I'll just give a quick update of where we're at. Obviously, we're in the position where we don't have crossbench members at the moment. The standing order say that the question is to be shared between the crossbench and the government.
Yep.
As there is no crossbench here, there's no one for us to share that time with, so we'll take up time as it is available. Government questions cannot be made available, cannot be asked until 10:45.
Okay.
If they do want to waive that question time and we run out of questions, there is a chance that we could go to smoko early to then come back at quarter past 11. Minister, I'm aware that you do want to make a statement, so even if we do finish that up early, I'll still give you the opportunity to make that statement without government questions before we go to morning tea.
Thank you.
And then if the member of the crossbench does appear, I will give them the availability, give them the option of taking up to 20 minutes or whatever time is remaining until 10:45. Unless there's any objections to that or any further information needed, I might kick on. And for your reference, I have a few questions about RA if the relevant people want to come forward. Minister, are you ashamed of the interactions between the Reconstruction Authority and the City of Newcastle?
No, I'm not ashamed, and I've got no reason to be ashamed.
Minister, in the recent inquiry into the Reconstruction Authority, the Joint Select Committee into that, the Chief Executive Officer from Newcastle spoke a few times about their interaction, and he said, in fact, I would probably go so far as to say that I think the ministers would actually be ashamed of some of the interactions we've had with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. Do you have anything further to add to that statement?
I do. The Reconstruction Authority has been actively involved in you're referring to New Lambton landslide?
Yes, I am.
Yes. They've been actively involved since that took place. There's a local recovery committee. The Reconstruction Authority have sat on that committee. They've been at all those meetings. The Reconstruction Authority also provided personal hardship payments, which were available because of, the disaster across the area. They were provided to the residents who applied for it there. There was also rental assistance applied to people who were in rental properties in New Lambton where the landslide happened, and that's continued through that whole process. I'm well aware of the comments that the General Manager has made, and that's up to him, whatever he wants to say. But to say that we would be ashamed is just, I reject it. And the Reconstruction Authority has really acted honourably throughout the whole process. They've been there front and centre. They are in that local recovery committee. And what I've also said is it was agreed that there would be a geotech report that would be with the carriage of the council. They've done that. The geotech report's in. I think it's about 7 days or so that since we've got it. That's being worked through, and it was agreed that we'll sit down now and talk about the options and the way forward. There's two things that the RA is quite seized with at the moment. One is the clean-up of the site, and the RA works across agencies and also works with insurers, and we've done it in other areas, Cooley Wong, elsewhere. In 2022, when the big flood event happened, Northern Rivers, Central West, but in 2022, Northern Rivers, there was no process in place at all for clean-up. We now have a process in place where we work actively together to do that. That conversation's now happening with some vigour around New Lambton, and also consideration of, I'm advised that residents had insurance, they therefore were covered for rental for a certain period of time. That of course comes to an end, and there's very active considerations going on within the RA to look at how we can assist going forward. I'm not going to give the details of that today, but that's happening now. So, I just really reject it. Also, what I'd say is when we have these disasters and people are suffering and there's trauma, it really does irk me when people get in the media or before a committee and blast off and without any substantiation. It's not good for the people, the residents who come from the New Lambton area.
Are you suggesting then that the CEO's comments were unfounded?
Look, it's up to him to make what comments he likes. The question you asked me was, am I ashamed of the RA? And I'm not. Not.
Fair enough. His other comments that he made about the difficulties he's had with the Reconstruction Authority, do you think they are unfounded?
They are.
Minister, he actually went to great lengths to compliment yourself and a couple of other ministers for being available, for giving your mobile phone and offering whatever assistance could be given. What have you done when I presume he took that offer up and rang you and told you about some of the issues he was having?
He came and saw me.
And what have you done to remedy that situation and that relationship between Newcastle Council and the Reconstruction Authority?
I didn't see that there was anything to remedy, and I'm not there with the interactions. I didn't see there was anything to remedy. The RA's been doing the right thing all the way through and provided the support that I just outlined. And also, I know Miss Fitzgerald will be at a meeting next week in Newcastle. I'll be there the week after with the local member, Jodie Harrison, and I'm meeting with the residents. I said, now we're looking at what we've got, the geotech report. Look, and on radio, I actually said to the layperson, of course the landslide happened to the layperson because of the big weather event, but the geotech report had to look at that and it's, determine how it happened, why it happened. And when I met the mayor on site there, the former mayor, he's now sadly, resigned. When I met the mayor, he did talk to me about other landslips that had happened on that site, and one from 1950, and then I think it was 2013, 2022, and it was built around an old colliery site. So all of that was in the mix, and had to look at that in there, and then the geotech report, which we've now got. But that was the agreement. When we got the geotech report, we'd all look, okay, what do we do now? How do we try and assist these people who were impacted? And as you know, Mr. Barrett, there's no way that I would ignore that.
Just for the record, Minister, the RA has been given the opportunity to respond specifically to those comments that were made, and I think they took that on notice and they'll come back to
Okay, thank you.
in that inquiry. You talked about the insurance there, and we heard from that inquiry that many people obviously were underinsured for that event. Yet, because of the arrangements now, the assistance available to people that were insured is less than people that were not insured. Thinking specifically those people that were underinsured, are they being punished for taking those steps to be insured?
The people who are insured, sorry?
Yes, the people that are insured are not eligible for the same assistance for those who were not insured. Does that mean people who have taken out insurance are sort of being punished for doing so?
Look, that's a more general question. We all know the world of pain with insurance, and when we talk about flood insurance, I just want to sort of correct something, that we all think flood insurance was common, everybody had it, and all of a sudden it's not there. It wasn't until 2008 it became an issue. In 2011, that's when flood insurance actually had to be on the front page of a policy, opting in and opting out, because people always opted out or it just wasn't there. It doesn't mean that we don't have to work through it. We do. Lots of conversations happening around flood insurance, but it's not a case of punishment or not punishment. Personal hardship was available for everyone who was there. So people who are insured or underinsured or whatever, the personal hardship was available to all. And people who rented as opposed to owned or had their mortgage, it was their house, they were given rental assistance.
Okay.
So it was done fairly, Mr. Barrett, in answer to your question.
Thank you. Minister, who are the customers of the Reconstruction Authority?
It's the public at large, if that word's used. Yep. It's not a word I use, but I know it is used, and it's been used by your government, my government, and every government.
Yeah, I think that's
yeah,
fair assessment.
I know. You and I think, share that view.
Look, I actually like the Reconstruction Authority. I know everyone thinks that I'm bashing them up, and I'm
you're
about
not.
to do it a little bit more, and I apologise in advance. But I want to talk about the PMES results, the People Matters Employment Survey results. Obviously, it's a new organisation, so you don't have the long history around this.
Yeah.
But in particular, a couple of things in particular. I looked at these and didn't think those results were that bad, but I spend most of my time looking at the primary industries results, and that's probably not the best marker to go off. Minister, less than 40% of Reconstruction Authority staff believe that the processes within the RA are designed to support the best experience for customers. That's down on last year, it's down on the portfolio, and down 17% on the rest of the sector. You just outlined that the customers were the general public, so these are people that have lost their homes to floods, to landslides, to bushfires. The people impacted by the terrorist event at Bondi. If it's not supporting its customers well, what's it doing?
Look, in relation to the comments that the report that you're reading from, I would say that the RA is doing its best to serve customers, and a lot of the service to customers actually happens through Service New South Wales, particularly with all the grants. And I know that people have, as much as I can say it's a good experience when you're in trauma from a disaster, people do have good experiences with Service New South Wales. And I've watched Service New South Wales increasingly having to build these grants, do these grants, deal with people with trauma. So a lot of the customers, so to speak, with RA are with Service, and that's been quite a good experience, and it's getting better all the time in the way they interact. But the first thing I'll say about RA, I call it a toddler. And I say it's had to come up to speed, mature really quickly. There was as you know, the Offices of Emergency Management. Then the former government created resilience, and it was deemed to be not institutionally capable to be able to respond to customers or to disasters, and the RA was formed out of that. But the RA didn't really come into being until about, and again it's memory, October 23, because we had the NRRC. So we went from resilience to the NRRC and then to the RA. So it's been quite a journey. And it's a journey I've observed or engaged with all the way through. And I can say it's now in a much better place and a good place to be able to serve the customers, respond to the public. It started with no public policy framework. That's had to be built as we go. And 2022, a lot of what happened in the Northern Rivers and then Central West, but Central West, there were some lessons learned from Northern Rivers we were able to apply in the Central West that you saw firsthand. So that's how I'd answer that question, that it's been a work in progress and one that I watch very closely and I've been engaged with. And Mr. Barrett, can I say, when I gave the message last year, to everybody in the RA, I said, all I expect is competence and compassion. And that's what they're working to deliver. And I'll just give one example. With the May event last year, the big floods, serving the customers, there were 4 areas we saw needed changing as we were progressing in terms of grants and guidelines. And they were changed to better service the customers, the public. So that's how I'd answer that question. I'm sure Ms Fitzgerald might want to say something.
We can have that chat later on this afternoon.
She'll have the chat later.
I will come back to...
I'm saying as Minister and how I observe and engage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you talk about the competency and the compassion, and I would share that, my views of the people that I've met that work for the Reconstruction Authority as well, where I've seen them on the ground, be that in the Central West or the Mid-North Coast. But the issue of these customer service processes, it's not an issue with people's views of how they deal with Service New South Wales. This is the view of the staff of the Reconstruction Authority, who don't feel that the processes are adequate to deal with customers. Since you've become aware of these results, what have you done to improve those processes as Minister?
What I was just describing, I've given some very clear directions to the Reconstruction Authority and about what I expect as a Minister, and it covers these areas, and they've responded really well to that, and to make sure that people get the best experience they can in the most extreme situation or event that's happened in their life. So there's 2 things that happen. And as I said, we inherited various people, various amalgams of former government agencies, and had to craft that into a functioning agency, also develop a public policy framework around it. Can I tell you this, and Ms Fitzgerald might get a bit embarrassed, but when she addressed the staff recently, because she's only been here, 2 weeks, I think? 3 weeks, but she's got a terrific background in emergency management and also in recovery, so I welcome it. And I got huge feedback from the staff who said, how inspiring, thank you.
Ms Fisher, I'll just flag it with you. I will come to you this afternoon. We can talk to some of the specifics around that. again, I don't like... The results around the senior executives is not great either.
I've read it.
Yeah, only 32%, 39% favourable. My senior executives provide clear direction for the future of the organisation. Now, noting, as you said, this is a toddler, and a big part of what is needed at the moment is some clear direction around the future of this organisation. Are they not communicating that with the staff, or are you not communicating with them what the future direction is of the organisation as the minister?
It's been happening both ways. I've communicated clearly, and what I expect as minister, and that's been communicated by the CEO, and there are a whole lot of good changes that have been going on within the Reconstruction Authority, but one of the issues that the Reconstruction Authority had to deal with, Mr. Barrett, and it took everyone's time, energy, building a system, was the disaster relief funding arrangements. There was nothing in place. In 2018, because, it's joint state federal, and for us rightly to get money back from the Commonwealth, where it's either 50-50 or 50-75, we have to have very good systems in place to get that money back. So the DRFA, there was no system in place at all in 2022.
Yeah.
And in 2018, the Commonwealth articulated, what they thought should happen, and the RAs had to spend an inordinate amount of time to build the system. The system was pencil and paper, and also the RA has had to remediate, that is, reach back into the past and acquit, and I think it was 1,945, Mr. Graham?
Yes, that's right.
1,945 EPAs, essential public assets, work that they do to get money back. Some of them were from the bushfire and later, and that's taken up a really inordinate amount of time to build that and also build the capabilities, but then work with local government to have the capabilities there so that they can report, that they can put forward their submissions for EPA in the best possible way, that they're accountable, and we then get the money back from the Commonwealth. So I'm just saying, in terms of, as you recognise, it's infancy, so that's been a huge amount of work.
Yeah, okay.
And we're slow, well, not slowly, I think we've had to come up to speed fast on that. Mr. Graham's, that's with him, but also that means we're actually getting money back from the Commonwealth.
Sure. So you've communicated that very clearly, but evidently the staff don't believe they have that clear direction, so it might need to be revisited, Minister. The other concerning point I have as a fan of particularly the people that work there, as I were for the people that worked for Resilience, is less people this year are saying they're proud to work there than last year. Are you proud to tell others I work for my organisation? That's down 7% on what it was last year, down to 58%. I would recommend my organisation as a great place to work, again down 12%, down to below 50%. Those numbers are particularly concerning to me, and noting you've probably had these since October, November, I'm just wondering what you have done as Minister to, I guess, boost the morale of this critical agency.
Look, the way we boost the morale is to build the capability. So it's been an exercise in building institutional capability, and that's clearly now well in progress, and that changes morale. Can I go back to, because the forerunner to the RA was the NRRC and Northern Rivers, and there were real problems there. We know that. There were real problems, and that created some of that commentary that, prevailed. And that's changed and changing. And I've made it clear as Minister what I expect to happen, and also I do engage with people in the RA, people who work on the ground in the regions, because the people in the regions are terrific. You engage with them, I know, and there's no constraints around that, and them being in community, engaging with all local members. I encourage them to engage with local members everywhere and members of the Legislative Council in your particular sort of areas where you live, and I try and make sure that that's what I expect to happen, and that communicate with the public as well all the time, because we know in disasters and being prepared for them, communication's key. These are the things that I communicate and the directions that I communicate to the RA.
Thank you. Minister, we might go to Ms McDonald for the last 12, 15 minutes of this session. Then there will be government. We will get to that time, so there'll be government questions, of which one might be, Minister, is there anything you would like to add? Which would give you the opportunity for your statement.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. I'll just have a follow-on with the data breach notifiable event. Can you advise who the Reconstruction Authority contracted to provide the forensic analysis?
Yeah, BDO.
Oh,
Wasn't it?
the forensic analysis was undertaken by Clayton Utes.
Oh, Clayton Utes.
The
And
independent review.
BDO is the independent review, that's correct. Yeah, Clayton Utes.
For the analysis?
Yes.
And
BDO.
for the review?
Yeah, the independent review.
And how much did that analysis cost?
Mr. Graham?
We'll take that.
I'll take that on notice
Take
and
on
come back to you.
notice?
Yep.
And I presume that because you wouldn't budget for an event like that, where was the money taken from, or to pay for that cost? Was it taken from Resilient Homes program budget?
No, I can say that. It wouldn't be taken from that budget, Ms McDonald, I assure you. Mr. Graham will take, he could either answer now or take it on notice, and there, I know there's always some contingency built in, like in every agency.
Happy to provide some advice on that this afternoon if you like.
Okay.
Ms.
Yep.
This afternoon? All right, thank you. I would like to now move to, say, the Category D funding for Waterfall Way.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Waterfall Way.
I'll ask the question while you're getting
Looking.
your documents together. So when did the New South Wales, and it's a road that I do travel on, so I know the road. When did the New South Wales government first determine that damage to Waterfall Way may warrant a Category D funding request?
Just let me get to Waterfall Way. What I'll say about Waterfall Way is two things. I think it was closed at least 5 times over a short period of time to do with landslides or landslips, and water over the road, but the landslips. And I know that it has been repaired in the past, and when it was repaired, it was more, how would I put it? It needs to be repaired better. Yep. Minister Aitchison, because it's with her, she said the other day that it will be repaired properly, and I know that that pleased the member for Oxley and the Mayor of Bellingen. Yep. They were quite pleased hearing those words, it'll be done properly. So the money will be available, like whether we get into all the different categories, but the money's available, will be available to repair the road. That's the key thing. Also, you might have seen the announcement yesterday, the SLIRP money from the, SLIRP, from the federal government. There's money been made available under that fund for the Somerville road, the bridges and that. So that's been made available. And I know that that's pleased everyone in that community. So the Waterfall Way is going to be fixed, and it's going to be fixed properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so on what date? I know you've said that we'll get the money from category D, but what date was the request in relation sent to the Prime Minister?
So if you're happy, Minister, I'll expand on that. So at the moment, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority is working closely with Transport for New South Wales to progress avenues of support underneath the disaster funding arrangements. Options include looking at category D, but as the Minister has outlined, there are other options available in relation to the restoration and repair of that asset. And so we're really just working very closely across all relevant state government agencies and with the local councils to consider those options. There are aspects of the road that are eligible under the DRFA arrangements. There are aspects that are not. So it's really trying to piece together what a solution looks like for the asset. And at this stage, we have not progressed to category D underneath the DRFA arrangements. That continues to remain an option available to the state, but that requires further work at a state level for us to investigate the funding options available to us.
So why wouldn't you progress that category D, knowing the amount of money that's involved with that?
Ms McDonald, it's not just about the money, it's knowing what has to be done. And I, have lived in an area with 148 landslips over roads. 8 were deemed critical, and one Waterfall Way, and that took months, and that was 2022. That took quite some time to determine exactly what needed to be done. So you need to know what needs to be done before you get into the categories. A lot of people now call for category D as though it's the panacea for everything. And there's category A, B, C and D. So it's not so much the category that's the issue, it's just what is needed to be done to make sure it's fixed properly. So that's the reality of Waterfall Way.
But is there a danger that in, determining which, where you're going to go for this funding, that you'll miss out altogether?
No. I can assure you, Miss McDonald, no.
So the road will be fixed?
There won't be any miss out. And it's the RA can't determine exactly how the road has to be fixed. That is with transport experts. And, I've walked some of those landslips, with the so-called geomorphologists who understand it much better than we do. So it's really just making sure that we're going to fix it properly, this is the way to do it, and then that will determine how and...
But should that have not been done, like you said before, there's been, 5 different events on that road, and the last one was earlier this year. Sorry, just trying to get my words together properly.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going. I can answer.
You're thinking, because I travel on that road, and every time I go...
I know that road too.
Yeah, it's... there's always delays, and now there's you've got to go around a different way.
We've also had weather events, Miss McDonald, that we haven't experienced before, like massive, and they're recurring and they're more intense and they're more damaging. So, we're getting more of these.
Yep.
And it is a case of, I think everyone's happy that we're going to fix it, it's going to be fixed well, and that other money's now available for the Somerville Way as well, the road and the bridges and that. So it's clearly something we're doing. We're also, I met with the Mayor, I met with the member for Oxley, the president of the Dorrigo Business Chamber just this week, and also looking at what else we can do, have approached through the Minister Destination, also approach through the Minister National Parks and National Parks and Wildlife, the promotion of the Dorrigo Walk and all of that. So we're trying to wrap around as much as we can that community and also get the road fixed properly.
Wouldn't it have been better, didn't it take about 6 months to gather all that necessary information about the road? In order to support a category D, if you had done that, I'm sure we wouldn't have had other
It
road
should have been
slippages.
fixed also better a long time ago, and it wasn't. So I think that we can keep prosecuting this and talking about it, but there's actual agreement. It's going to be fixed properly now. It's being assessed properly, and the funding will flow. There is some of that federal funding, and we're trying to support the community in the best way. And we've got a relatively happy mayor and a happy member. So that's a good barometer for me.
And when is the timeline then that for those repairs?
So I can speak to that.
Yes,
So I
Ms.
think it's
Fitzgerald.
important to note that that currently there are repairs underway through Category B of the DRFA on Waterfall Way. So there is work ongoing in relation to the road. That includes emergency works and also immediate reconstruction works, and also the broader sort of reconstruction works required for Waterfall Way. The work that's underway at the moment is really looking at that whole Waterfall Way corridor to understand the relationship between those immediate works that need to occur and the broader reconstruction and betterment that needs to occur in relation to that asset. So those works are underway. I would have to take on notice the specific, time frames associated with some of those immediate works. I can assure you that we are well within our allowable time limits in order to be able to progress to the federal government underneath the DRFA. So, and that is why we are prioritising having those conversations now to better understand what the pathways look like for us over the coming months.
Okay, I believe my time is...
That will be the one lane that will be open. That was announced, and the time frame indicative, I think it was last week, was about 6 weeks. So to have that one lane operating.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms McDonald. We might need to check the level of happiness of that particular member, Minister, but listen...
I'm sure you will, Mr Barrett.
Time being pretty much close to 10:45, we'll now throw to government questions.
Thanks, Chair. The government's just got one question. Thank you, Minister and officials, for coming along and giving your evidence today. Minister, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Look, two things I'd like to add, and one is a general statement. And on the eve of 4 years of the 2022 floods in the Northern Rivers, so I'll make a general statement about that, a matter which I've been sort of in conversation with our Mayor this morning on, and I'll say a little bit more about the gun reform as well. But so really good morning to the Chair and the committee members, and I'm pleased to be here today. And it was, I want to acknowledge that this week marks 4 years since the 2022 floods and that inland tsunami that none of my community in the Northern Rivers was ready for. And I said it was our trigger moment. There was life before 2022 and life after. This disaster forced its way through our doors and into our lives. And I speak today not only as a minister but as a local member who lived that trauma alongside my constituents, my community, and the whole Northern Rivers community. And my family felt the depth of that loss. My husband nearly drowned and has never fully recovered, and we lost our beloved dog, Zara. And that lived experience was the fuel and the inspiration for my work. And it drives my determination now to ensure that the lessons we learned the hard way and never forgotten, and that the mistakes of the past are never repeated. And I just want to add in there and recognise Central West as well, who suffered in 2022. And it's a community I've come to know and appreciate as well and develop some affection for. And I'm taking the lessons we learned the hard way in the Northern Rivers and putting them at the heart of how our state handles disasters. I'm here to make it count, and my job's to strengthen the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. It's a young agency, but it's growing up fast to be ready, what I call recovery ready and response ready. These are the two things that we need to be ready for: response and recovery, efficient, competent, compassionate, even when the conversations are difficult. And this year in the Northern Rivers, it's a year of action. About 1,000 homes will have been removed from the highest risk floodplain area. Up to 600 more will have been raised, rebuilt or retrofitted with flood resilient materials, and will continue the serious conversations about long-term mitigation and adaptation. That's not only in the Northern Rivers, that's across the state. And across the region, we're seeing a massive reinvestment in the future from Lismore City Hall and the Tweed Heads Croquet Club. I was there recently with the member for Tweed. to vital drainage works at Harwood Farm, our bridges, roads, schools being restored. The Northern Rivers was serving as somewhat of a national trailblazer. The blueprint we're creating here will dictate how Australia faces extreme disasters in the decades to come. And what I'd say for Bondi and small business, I'd want to say, continue my statement. Is that all right, Mr. Barrett?
It's your time, Minister.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's Mr. Murphy's time.
Yeah. I knew what you meant.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. The government's commitment to recovery extends to all forms of crisis. Following the horrific terrorist attack in Bondi on 14th of December, we've seen a community demonstrating incredible resolve to reclaim its identity. And I'm not sure if you and the committee know, Mr. Barrett, but that was the first time the DRFA was uplifted for a terrorist event. And so there was joint state federal funding there. Small businesses, the cafes, restaurants and shops that form the fabric of Bondi have been central to this healing. And I'll put it on the record again properly here, but for the first time, the New South Wales and Commonwealth governments activated disaster recovery funding arrangements for a terrorist event. We did that on the Monday after the attack, and providing grants of up to $25,000 for impacted businesses, in addition to lots of other forms of support for community. And the Coordinator General, Joseph Laposta, can tell you more about that as well. But to date, over 440 business owners have engaged with our support hub there. 361 businesses were assisted with grant applications. That was through Service New South Wales. More than 900,000 has already been dispersed. The business concierges and the Small Business Commission have been on the ground addressing everything from insurance disputes to the reprehensible online targeting of Jewish-owned businesses. Unbelievable. We're ensuring that no business is left to navigate their trauma alone. And when recovering from the unprecedented floods of the Northern Rivers, the Central West, the Mid-Coast, anywhere, the shocking terrorist attack in Bondi, the goal of the government remains the same: to provide safe, secure and resilient future. And that's where we have to go. As I say, we have to turn that dial. We need to always recover well and look after people, but we have to turn that dial to do much more on the resilient future and the mitigation and adaptation. And we've come a long way, but we're turning the corner of how we prepare for, respond to and recover from disasters, and we're taking our communities with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Those are the government questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Again, I guess just touching on our relatively rare situation, I will use this time to run around and see if there are any cross branches intending to come in for the next session, just so we can plan out the day a little better.
Yeah.
I think it is unlikely that we go, well, if government are willing to waive their questions at the end of the day, I think it is unlikely we go all the way until 5:30.
Sure.
But I'm not willing to say yet that we won't be back after lunch. So apologies for that at this point, but we will now have a early break and we'll be back at 11:15.
We'll have smoko.
All right, welcome back. Minister.
Yes.
Minister, according to the New South Wales Building Commission, expected processing times for new company licences and general building licences is now 20 weeks. Is it acceptable that in a housing crisis, licences are taking 20 weeks to get?
Look, I mean, of course it's not acceptable that things take time, and one of the government's committed to doing everything they can to steamroll housing, and it's not like they're standing still or sitting still. So everything, you know, they're doing everything they can to make sure that's happening.
And what are they doing about this 20-week period?
Well, working to make sure that things are sped up wherever they need to be in terms of housing.
Can you give me an example, Minister?
Well, just look at the changes to the planning law. Look at what they're doing with councils. I mean, that was the biggest change ever to the Environment Planning and Assessment Act. And it's not like a lot was happening in housing before. And housing supply didn't just become a problem when the government got elected. This has been a long time in the making. So it takes time to unravel some of these things.
Can you tell me one thing in that Planning Law Act that will reduce this 20 weeks?
They're two different things, but in terms
Sorry,
of...
Minister, you raised that as something that's been
I
done.
did, because there's a lot that's happening, but is 20 weeks a long time for people to wait? I mean, to the extent you've raised it with me now, I'll certainly speak to the minister responsible and I'll look at whether that's a big delay and I'll work on it. You obviously are raising it because you think that's too long. I'm happy to work on it.
Minister, these are not things that I'm raising for my own benefit.
No,
these
I know
are things
it's
that
not
I'm
for
raising
your
on behalf
benefit.
of the people of New South Wales and young people trying to get into homes. And here's one of the prohibitors. I understand this government's commissioned the Productivity and Equity Commission to conduct a review of state government red tape. That would certainly look into something like this, I'd imagine. Are you across this?
The Productivity Commissioner, where the Treasurer and I announced yesterday we're looking at the hospitality industry. But in terms of red tape, it's something that's seized with the government, but also with Service New South Wales. There's a cross-agency committee. I think it's got 12 agencies on it.
12 departments.
12 departments that sit on that actually look at issues that come up like this and look at the red tape. They're working on that. That's a process that's ongoing. It's not like we have to set it up to look at something. That's before them now, and that's within the Charter of Small Business, the 6 principles and the actions around it.
Ms Gibbons, that committee you're talking about, do you think that sounds like what I'm asking about, commissioned by the Productivity and Equity Commission?
So the committee that the Minister referred to is in relation to the governance around the Small Business Charter. So as part of that committee, we would look at the different initiatives that are happening across government, across those departments, and we would link those together, and we would work as a collaborative group to ensure that we're working across government to implement recommendations, changes, and other initiatives that support small business.
Okay, we might come back to that one,
Yeah.
if that's okay for you as well, Minister. Minister, you mentioned the NDRFA earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What efforts have you made to have water and sewerage infrastructure included in these arrangements?
Oh, Mr. Barrett, you know I've made substantial efforts in that area, and they're not included in the DRFA. There's quite a few things that aren't included in the DRFA, and to the extent that... so, 2 things. One, I'm involved in a process with the federal minister, the state territory ministers. There was a Colvin review done on DRFA, the Glasser review on governance. That's a matter that we discuss when we meet. We'll be meeting again in July. I have a range of issues around DRFA, but where local councils needed that money, I made sure that they got that money, and particularly in the Central West. and that's state money.
Yes, that came out of the Regional Development Trust Fund, I believe.
Well, that was the homes, the land.
No, the money
Yeah.
you talked about the money you
The
got
$27
for the
million
water sewerage for, I think Cabana and Lachlan both had issues with that.
Yeah, the 4 councils shared in
So that
it.
came out of the Regional Development Trust Fund, but that wasn't set up for disaster recovery, was it?
No, it's not set up for disaster.
So-
And the 145 million that went into the Northern Rivers for the same in 2022, there was nothing set up for disaster around that. So it is one of those issues. I know local government are actively advocating around that, and they have an ELGA rep at the federal level on that ministerial group. And so ELGA have been
Minister did, when
lobbying.
he was the recovery minister, spoke about the fact that he was working with the federal minister on those DRFA arrangements. That was some time ago, obviously. Are we any closer to having that resolved?
Look, it's not a case of having it resolved. It was not an eligible thing under the DRFA. We'd love everything in the DRFA. Everybody would. There's a whole lot I'd like in the DRFA. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. And they're conversations we have to have at a mature level with the federal minister, but the state and territory ministers do that too. The Colvin review, which was done, which each state and territory have responded to, we've responded to at New South Wales level. I add things. We'll continue to work on it. But in the meantime, the state has funded that.
Yeah, so Minister Moriarty saved you on that one, taking money out of the
Well, it wasn't
Regional
saving
Development
me, it
Fund.
was for that community. It was 145 million Northern Rivers, then 27 million that went to Central West. So it wasn't a case of saving me, it was actually providing a service to community, and that's what we did.
So you say there's conversations going on around it. They've been going on since you've been the minister. Are those conversations leading anywhere, or are they just
Of course
chats?
they lead anywhere. If you don't have conversations, you end up exactly where you are, you stand still. It's a continuing conversation, always trying to advance, and that's what I do in terms of advocacy.
Minister, are community assets covered as part of the support provided after the floods to the mid-north coast?
What I can say about community assets is that we're working with the Commonwealth on additional recovery support measures, and I'll have more to say on that soon, and I'll continue to advocate for those impacted communities.
Minister, even in this session, you've said a number of times you're going to advocate for this or advocate for that.
I am
You're not just a
advocating.
local member. You are the Minister for Recovery. You're a member of the executive government. Surely you have more influence than writing letters and having conversations.
I don't always write a lot of letters. I advocate, and I advocate in a very direct way with people, and ministers do advocate. That's our job. I have to advocate for impacted communities, and I do that, and I'm well aware of the community assets and the community assets needs.
I'd like to think a minister's job is more about delivering for communities.
It is about delivering, and that's what I'm doing, and that's what the government's doing.
So, Minister, are community assets covered as part of the support that has been provided to the mid-north coast?
Community assets, some of them, look, I'll say it again, I'm working with the Commonwealth on additional recovery support measures, and I'll have more to say on that soon.
So no community asset support
It's not a
has been
yes, it's not a
provided.
no, I've got work in progress.
How can it not be
And
a
I'm
binary
well
thing,
aware
Minister?
of the needs in the community. I'm well aware of
Okay,
them.
so have community assets been covered as part of the support provided to the mid-north coast?
My answer stands, Mr. Barrett, as I gave it, and it's not a yes or a no. I'm not in court.
Are you aware if these assets were funded after previous events, specifically the flooding on the mid-north coast in 2021?
Look, some assets would have been funded from 2021, some assets would have been funded from bushfires, all sorts of things. But what I'm focused on is what the needs are now, and I am aware of them, I am advocating, I'm in the conversation.
Are you aware of the frustrations community feel when they see other communities receive some sort of funding and then find out that they are not entitled to that same level of support?
it's not a case of not being entitled. I'm aware of communities' frustrations when they don't get what they say they want straight away. I'm aware of that. And sometimes people say other communities got it and we didn't, and it's not always the case. It can seem like that. But each disaster is different, and we deal with it and respond to the community.
Just to be clear, I don't think any community begrudges another community for having received that
No,
support.
they don't.
And you've heard that as well.
They
just
don't.
feel that they are then treated like second-class citizens when they miss out.
They're not treated like second-class citizens, Mr. Barrett. They're treated with respect, and we engage with them and try and provide the best services that we possibly can.
Just so we're clear about what's happening up the front here, I'll do the remainder of this time, and then I'll hand to Ms Higginson, and then we'll come back to opposition and resume normal broadcasting. Minister, what input have you had into the approval of the housing development at Marsden Park?
Okay, Marsden Park. I'm not well, it's not up to me to approve it, but yes, I am in. Let me just get the folder. The one thing I would say about Marsden Park is that the Reconstruction Authority works with the department. They work together, they liaise on that. They have input according to the flood evacuation model, the FEM. I know in 2018 I was aware that there was a proposal for about 13,000 homes in Marsden Park. It wasn't an approved one, but that was mooted. I know now that there's been what's on display now. Minister Scully put that out. It has about 900 or 960 homes in it, and I'm aware that that went through a process. I'm also aware that the houses that will be built there will be built to the 1 in 100 standard with 3 metres of floorboards. So that's my awareness of Marsden Park, but there is liaison between the department and the agency, like really close liaison that goes on.
Are you able to share
Marsden
the disaster
Park.
adaptation? Sorry, Minister.
Yeah. Go on.
Are you able to share the disaster adaptation planning work that was done around this development?
It wasn't disaster adaptation planning works as such. It was more the flood emergency modelling that the Reconstruction Authority, and they can give you more detail on that later.
So the reason I use that terminology was because we heard from Minister Dibb on Tuesday, earlier this week. Back in the olden days when I used to have Reconstruction Authority with Minister Scully, that was only a couple of years ago, we did the disaster adaptation planning work specifically around that. And I just wonder if you can share that planning work.
No, they're before the government. So you're talking about probably the Hawkesbury Nepean disaster adaptation.
Sorry, this is Minister Dibb talking about.
Yeah, but it'd be the disaster adaptation planning work that's not finalised. That's been done with the Reconstruction Authority. They can give you some more detail on it, but where it's at, it's with the government at the moment. There's still a lot of work that's being done with various agencies. It involves a whole lot of agencies. So that's, well, you'd have to ask Mr Dibb, but I assume that's what he was referring to.
So there's no disaster adaptation plan that had been done prior to you being Minister for Marsden Park?
There's disaster adaptation plan work going on in the Hawkesbury Nepean, and it covers that whole area. That's been underway and it's still before government, so it's been a process, Mr Barrett.
So I'm just confused then, because Minister Dibb told us there was disaster adaptation planning done specifically for this. We did the disaster adaptation planning work specifically around that.
There's disaster adaptation planning work for the Hawkesbury Nepean. It involves all of those areas. It involves all of the areas in the footprint of it, and that DAP, as we call it, for the Hawkesbury Nepean is before government, and it's being considered. So there's that's taken years. There's been a lot of work there, so it's a process.
Do you think this development should go ahead?
If it is according to all the planning approvals and it's done safely, And that's what it is. It's not about whether I think it should or it shouldn't. It's got a process it has to follow, and that's what it's done. And that's what Minister Scully's done, and it's still out for, as I understand it, it's still up for exhibition.
Are you confident your agency will not be called upon to oversee recovery after a flood event affecting this newly approved development?
Look, I don't have a crystal ball, Mr. Barrett. I can't predict where the next flood is going to be and at what level. All I know is that we've had quite a few major floods in the last few years with an intensity that we haven't had before. But the flood evacuation modelling, and there's other instruments being used, is a process that's been developed to try and respond.
Have you spoken with Morris Yemma or anyone from Yemma Patterson Advisory about this development?
I have not.
And you are, but it has been approved though, Minister, hasn't it?
It's actually out for display at the moment. It's on display.
Okay. Look, we'll come back to that one possibly as well, and I dare say someone else might have some questions around that development. Minister, Mid Coast Council have stated they spent $43 million on emergency rectification and restoration activities since the May flood last year. So far they've been reimbursed just over $6 million, half of that only coming in this month. I'll quote the General Manager here, that leaves us still out of pocket to the tune of $37 million. That's cash investments, so we lose interest outcome. That's a direct impact to the community. Is this direct impact advantageous to the community as they try and rebuild after this event?
Look, in answering the question, Mr. Barrett, can I say that sometimes there's confusion around the process. It was in October last year that the Reconstruction Authority took over all of the EPAR processes. That involves the emergency works, the immediate works, what they call IWEWEPARs, and that was the whole system that had to be built around the DRFA as well. So it was October when RA took it over. It all sits with the RA now. And in terms of the councils, there's been a lot of interactions with the councils about how it can work. Sometimes in the past, I know some of the councils put forward their submissions like a placeholder, and a placeholder won't get looked at in terms of funding. You can't fund someone who puts forward something as a placeholder. Okay. So there's been, and I'm not having a crack at any council.
Can I just focus this in, Minister?
Yeah, focus in, but I have to answer you like this because, and there was some challenges with some councils using Smarty Grants, and we've got a Smarty Grant system because we had to build that system so that it can all be tracked so that we get the money back. But Mr. Kennett will be able to give you chapter and verse and detail because he and his team are engaged directly, sort of daily, with every council in this process.
Do you think it's fair that, and appropriate, that councils are calling on cash and investments to cover these costs, effectively calling on the ratepayers to cover these costs?
Look, it's not a question of what's fair or what's not. In New South Wales, councils used to wait years to get money back for disasters. Under the Reconstruction Authority, we brought in the tripartite system where they get funding up front. They never had that before, and to try and make sure they manage their cash flow. And now they still do get money up front, and so we work very closely with them to make sure that they're not out of pocket.
If they're getting the money up front, Minister, why is
they
the
get
General
some
Manager
money up front? They don't get all the money up front, and also the EPARs have to be submitted in a certain form to make sure that. Well, they have to be submitted in a certain form to make sure that also the money can be allocated under the DRFA or eligible. But Mr. Kennett will give you detail on it, forensic detail, because that's what he does.
Okay, Minister, the Clarence Council have suggested they could be out of pocket shy of $100 million of money owed to them. I know it's an issue in Warren Shire Council. The Cabonne Council, in their submission on the current inquiry into the RA, has recommended that the authority has funds readily available so that councils do not incur the extra financial burden at a time when council assets are adversely impacted. Will you establish such a program, or will you continue treating ratepayers as a bank to underwrite the cost of recovery?
Ratepayer.
You can keep going, Minister.
Look, ratepayers are clearly not a bank to underwrite this. We've had massive disasters. We've got roads all over the state that are not fit for purpose. We didn't have a system, and if I wanted to be, a little bit narky about this, I can point to the past. The previous government, there was no system in place. It's taken a few years to build this system, and we're working hand in glove with local councils to try and make sure that they're not out of pocket and that they do get money up front for emergency works and the immediate works, and then the EPAR process. None of this has been easy to build.
I'll hand on to Ms Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Minister. Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, Ms Higginson.
Nice to see you here. Minister, I'm just going to talk first, if I can, about a topic dear to both of our hearts, and that is the Richmond River.
Yes.
Are you aware that now, I'm sure you are, Rouse County Council, Ballina Council and Byron Councils have all passed motions calling for a Richmond River Commissioner? I don't want to put you entirely on the spot here, but what I'm asking is this something you would be willing to consider and to advocate within government? And you don't have to give me a direct answer. If it's an answer where you are willing to look at this and take it on, I would prefer that than an outright rejection of the proposition.
There's no outright rejection.
Thank you.
I've met with Rouse County Council a few times because they've put forward a certain proposal. I've met with about 6 other groups who've put forward certain proposals. The essence of it is everyone wants to clean up the Richmond River, and everybody's got various ideas of how that can happen. And I've said to Rouse County Council, who did give me some documents when I met them, that was with Mayor Mustow and the CEO, Mr Rudd, and I said I would take them under consideration. And like you, we all want to clean up the Richmond River. How long have we been talking about it?
Too long.
Decades.
Too long.
Decades. So we're well aware, and with each flood that happens, it sort of raises its head again. I did, as you know, get the $5 million for a clean-up, and that was like, it can sound significant, but it's a little bit to start, and it's a good practice run in a sense, because that project is working with the landholders, with the casino, with the abattoirs, working with the meat co-op, working with Landcare. Everybody's involved in that, working, and I see that as a good, almost like a pilot to see where we can go, and that is with Rouse County Council under Mr Ackroyd. So, not an outright rejection
Thank you, Minister. And look, I think it is. I think we both know the governance of the river has been identified as such a big barrier, i.e. the lack of governance or the complex governance structures over who does what and who's responsible for which part. And without that centralised coordination, things keep slipping, other than the great work you've been doing. And I acknowledge the 5 mil, but you and I both know we need in the order of several times more that. Would you, in that vein, so thank you for taking that on. I've got another one that is a bit of a cheeky one, Minister, and this is, our dear friends Steve Postle and Graham Gibson, the 2 men in the tinny.
I remember,
do. Yeah.
I'm meeting them soon.
Fabulous. So, to that point, Minister, they have decided they are coming to Sydney. They're coming to Sydney as the 2 men in the tinny.
And with Mayor Cadwallader, I think, is coming
I think
too.
that is the case. Between the 24th and the 26th of March, they're here to discuss river health. Can you commit to ensuring they can meet with you And will you help them to meet with Minister Jackson, Minister Sharp and Minister Moriarty? They either have or will be shortly submitting those requests through the online portal. I'll be trying to assist them. Can we all do it together and help these two fabulous river advocates when they get to Sydney, all the way from the far north?
Don't quote me, but I think I've already said I'd help.
Fabulous.
So
I had a feeling you might have.
I
had a
think that's
feeling.
happened through my officers. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So done with the cheeky stuff. Minister, could you please, if you can, provide an update on Operation Recovery and the efforts to buy back the low-lying agricultural land
In
that Richmond River area?
Oh, look, that's what I've discussed with Rouse County Council, because I said it's not for me to be doing that legwork. That's for them. They've got certain documents. I think Fisheries did certain studies, and I said that would need to be part of any submission you put forward, that you would have to, and I know where you're talking about Tucky and Swamp and areas
those
like
areas.
that. I said that you would have to do that work so that I can be satisfied that work's done, that you're working with those landholders. But what you're referring to is articulated in some of those documents.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, you can also see the case, as so many, that would be an important part of the recovery work.
Look, it is an important part of cleaning up the Richmond River, but I said we can't force anything on people. My approach, as you know, is to take everyone with us so that we get the best outcome. Not always easy.
No. Some people often want to be left behind, I think. Minister, the Joint Standing Committee on the Reconstruction Authority heard evidence recently in regards to the Lambton landslip in Newcastle, and I have been working with incredible Greens councillor Siobhan Isherwood, who's been doing some really staunch advocacy there for her community. Evidence was heard that residents were encouraged to apply for supports they were not eligible for. The Reconstruction Authority provided no support, and senior executives attempted to swear representatives of Newcastle Council to secrecy. To what extent have you intervened over the course of the RA response to this landslip, and what do you see as the path?
Okay, there's a few things. Earlier, I gave some evidence in answer to a question, and I said that the Reconstruction Authority has been there all the way through. They're part of the local recovery committee. I was actually on the ground there very early with the mayor and the general manager and the head of the local recovery committee, etc., RA, and Mr. Lanyon was with me at the time. And so they've been part of that. There was like agreement, understanding that when we had the geotech report, that we would meet and discuss what the future options are for the residents, because the residents are my concern. And also the residents were eligible for the personal hardship payments no matter what. That's correct, Mr. Wells, and that went through service. So what everybody else is entitled to, in the disaster, they were. And for some people there who rented, they got rental assistance as well. And so that has happened. I know there's been commentary in the media. I'm well aware. I did media myself the other day to Newcastle Radio and talked, and I said that two things. I would be meeting with the residents with the local member, Jodie Harrison. I think it's the 10th of March. And I know that Miss Fitzgerald, the new CEO of the RA, she'll be there in a meeting next Monday.
Do you think it's a case, I mean, we know this so well, don't we, Minister? Do you think this is a case for buybacks? I mean, these are the properties, some of those properties, I mean, they're gone, the land's gone, there is nothing there. So what actually happens here now? We saw in Lismore how hard we advocated for buybacks. I know the Premier has made very clear buybacks is not his thing, but this is exceptional, isn't it?
That's what we'll be look, we're going to have the discussion. What is the pathway forward?
Are buybacks on the table at this point?
Look, nothing's on or nothing's off. We're
Great.
going to have the discussion about what we do. And one other thing we're looking at is, and without meeting the residents, I don't want to preempt it, but I was advised that some of them were, a lot of them were insured, and they get their payments for rental for a certain amount of time. We'll need to clarify this, but I know that we've started work within the RA looking at what happens when that expires, and without sort of saying what the RA is doing, I know that they're seized with that and looking at giving some support to the residents. So I just want to give that assurance that the residents are our focus.
Yep.
And we'll have discussions. One thing about land slips on private property, there has been no public policy framework in New South Wales around this, and now we're getting more of them.
And so that was going to be my next question. Yeah. There is going to be more of them. We know this. Gosh, I remember Charlie Cohen, the former fire captain of Nimbin,
So do I.
when he started talking about something he never thought he'd see, and he saw the mountains that we all live amongst turning to melting chocolate. I mean, this is the new normal in some regards, with precipitation having changed so radically.
Yes.
What if there is a landslip tomorrow and another 10 people lose their land, their homes? What is the Reconstruction Authority going to do?
Look, it will do what it did in New Lambton. It will offer personal hardship, it will offer rental, it will do those things that we do for recovery. In terms of public policy, the State Disaster Mitigation Plan includes landslips in there, but these are works in progress. You know, and they have to be. And it's not just New South Wales, it's actually around Australia. You know, I've been looking at it.
And with that, Minister, is some of the work the RA is doing with those DAPs and so forth, you will be able to identify those areas of high risk, moderate risk, low risk in terms of landslip? And
that's a good question, because that with DAPs, for the Northern Rivers DAP, well, landslips is in there as one of the hazards.
Yes.
So it will be one of the areas that we can identify. Now, how you identify it, what I'll say about Newcastle, it was actually the former mayor. He's resigned, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Yes, which is a little bit sad in that. But he told me that that area, New Lambton, was subject to landslips before, and he did mention it was 1950, and then I read, and I'll get corrected on the dates, but I think it's 2013, 2022. So in some areas it will be known. In other areas it might be very difficult to identify, but they're certainly in there as one of the hazards.
in relation to hazards known and not making egregious mistakes, I just want to raise the point my colleague, the chair, raised about the Marsden Park development. It was former Commissioner Greg Mullins who made statements, and I don't have them in front of me right now, but he said he finds it outrageous, shocking. I think they were his words, that the government would be considering placing 960 or 980 new homes in that area, given the flood risk. And sure, we've got some better modelling. Sure, we're going to build some better outroads and evacuation roads. But why the heck would a government be, at this point in time, when we've lived through what we've lived through and we know what's coming, put so many residents and families in such harm's way, where likely even their homes will be uninsurable? Will you advocate, as the Minister for Recovery, will you advocate that that's just a terribly, terribly unwise development decision, do you think?
The RA has been actively involved with planning with the department, so they've been working together, and they've been working on the flood evacuation modelling and all of that. So we're deeply involved in a way that never happened before. That wouldn't have happened,
I know,
a couple of years ago. So it's relatively new, and also you would have seen we're going to have a new SEP with hazards. So all of this is a work in progress. If I could wave a magic wand, I can't. We just have to work on this.
That's not
And
what Urban Myth says,
we're coming
Minister.
up to speed. And, you know, I see all the comments. I see all the comments from, you know, everyone. But we'll continue to work in the best way we can to make the most safe and secure communities we can.
To be, to be clear, one of the councillors that I have spoken to has been on Hawkesbury Council for many years. She's a devoted community representative. She said about that development, it really is one of those developments where, and I think it was even reconstruction staff in the early days said it's a matter of, well, who do you prioritise in terms of potentially drowning first or second? I mean, that's ultimately what it looks like in that particular area when you are putting new development. I can't help it. I'm with the former commissioner. I just never thought I'd live to see something so strange proposed. I really hope that the government and cabinet will work together to do the right outcome there, and it won't be regrettable. Minister, just running out of time, but in regards to the small business support grant that Bondi Beach, December 2025, after that horrendous anti-Semitic mass shooting.
Yeah.
Can you please explain what screening process the Reconstruction Authority undertakes during assessing applications from Bondi businesses for support?
Can I allow Service New South Wales to do that? Because they're the ones who built the grant and administer.
Yep.
And I've been watching that daily, you know, the interaction. I've also interacted with the business chamber, door knocked some of the businesses, and just by way of information, Acting Small Business Commissioner did webinars with them. So we've had quite an interaction with the business community there. But I'll let Ms Gibbons.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms Higginson. So Service New South Wales is delivering that grant on behalf of the Reconstruction Authority. So it's a small business grant of up to $25,000. It forms two tiers, if you like, or two phases. The first phase is a payment of $5,000. And to be eligible for that, you need to have a business address in a boundaried area around Campbell Parade, and an active ABN, and evidence of a operating business. The second phase is a payment for up to an additional $20,000, and so that is dependent on further information around evidence of loss or financial loss over the period from the middle of December to the middle of January.
Are you aware of any scanning of political views of any business owners that may have been taken into account during the approvals process?
No.
Nothing at all?
No.
Nothing if a business had been engaging or expressing any views in relation to Israel's genocide in Gaza, that there was no correlation between what businesses may or may have done and the processes internally?
So the eligibility is set upon the guidelines, and that is assessed as part of the normal standard process. We wouldn't be undertaking any further political view.
If you
assessment.
found out that something like that had taken place, would that be of concern to you, Minister, as the Minister responsible for the response?
Or anything that would go outside the guidelines would be of concern to me, because it's just these are the guidelines. You're a business in the area. It doesn't matter what your views are. You're the business in the area, and everything I've seen with Service New South Wales, they just apply the guidelines as they are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, have you formally asked the Commonwealth, and I'm sorry if this has been covered, have you formally asked the Commonwealth for the Resilient Homes Program expiry date of 30 June 2027 to be extended?
I don't preempt what I've asked the Commonwealth, and I know RA can answer some of the questions, but clearly some of those discussions are taking place because we do have an end by date, as you know, and that's why we've made the announcement that we're sort of ratcheting up delivery this year, and all of the workshops and that are going on, and trying to get everybody to apply by 31st of March. But we're clearly having discussions.
Okay, and so clearly then you are also concerned about the slow uptake of those raises and retrofits.
Well, that's why I'm trying to sort of steamroll it, and the RA's been conducting a lot of workshops. You've seen what I've put out, the dates. I mean, Miss Clark's got all the dates and times, and some of them have been rolling out. So trying to encourage everybody, do it by 31st of March, please.
Right.
Get in.
And you've stated that a business case for a mitigation fund is in development as identified by Action 32 in the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. Can you please provide a time frame as to when that business case will be released?
I've got no time frame for a business case, but I've stated that that's something that I would like to do in terms of the State Disaster Mitigation Fund, because I've said I want to shift the dial so that we're still recovering well and looking after communities, but I do want money to be going into adaptation and mitigation where we can, and mitigation in its broad sense. So, you know, I am on the record stating things like that. No time frame.
So would it be fair, can I ask, is it your desire to see something before the next election?
Oh, it's my desire to see something yesterday on everything in this area. But
No. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I have to go back and chair the other committee. So, yeah. But I will put some questions in on for supplementaries, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I will return to the data breach issue, because I'm trying to understand, say, the tempo of decision making. Why does it appear that matters often take considerable time once they reach your desk? So if I can just go back over, just to clarify some of the information. So you were informed on the 7th of July. Who informed you? Was it your department, your chief of staff, or another source?
Oh, I have to think about that.
It wasn't me.
No, that's one. Clearly wasn't Miss Fitzgerald.
We can take that on notice.
Take it on notice, because I don't want to say it was this person when, you know, and I had regular meetings with the RA as Minister, so it was in one of the meetings.
So when you were advised or informed, were you, at that time, were you also advised that it may constitute a non-notifiable data breach?
I was advised that there was a discussion underway with the Privacy Commissioner to determine if it was a notifiable breach. And at that stage, it wasn't clear whether it was or it wasn't.
And did you seek confirmation within the required, say, 30-day assessment window under that NDB scheme?
I asked them to keep me updated, and I'm told that it went back and forward, you know, with the private, you know, went backward and forward.
And so given that the events, say, happened in March, individuals weren't notified till, I understand it was October. Was that the time frame required by law? That they should have been identified? Notified, sorry.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak further, Minister, through yourself, just in relation to, so as we have outlined, so we've, the RA was made aware that a file containing people's personal information was uploaded to the ChatGPT AI platform. And so once that full scope of the breach was known, we engaged independent forensic analysis, which we've spoken to earlier this morning, who undertook their detailed investigations to understand what was shared, what the risks were, and who was impacted. There are a number of challenges, I suppose, in being able to undertake that forensic analysis, and that added to the time associated with that investigation. The process of analysis was highly complex, and that is probably not unusual in these types of instances. And it was critically important for RA and also on behalf of the Minister that we were providing the right information to people about the scope of the breach and the impact on them and what details of their personal information were compromised. We also, in addition, wanted to ensure that every person that was impacted was notified completely and correctly to really minimise, I suppose, any distress associated with that. I accept that there was, in aiming to have a detailed, very well informed response that led to a delay, which may have led to some people's distress, but the intent was really to ensure that we were providing people with the correct information on a personal level. And that took time for us to assess and for us to better understand that. We, as I have committed to, we have undertaken a review. We will absolutely, going forward, ensure that we're meeting those statutory and regulatory timeframes associated with any data breach, and that includes, obviously, our obligations in relation to notification of the Minister, but importantly, notification to people that may be impacted by that. And I think really it is a regrettable instance for the RA, and we are really aiming to rebuild confidence from a community perspective in terms of our ability to be able to manage and treat with the appropriate privacy overlay their personal data and information. So we understand the seriousness of it, and we are committed to ensuring that a breach does not occur in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope this satisfies you, Ms McDonald.
Yeah. I know you said there was a policy with regard to cybersecurity. At the time, did that policy specifically state or prohibiting the use of personal email accounts to upload data to external AI platforms?
Yes,
it did.
Yes. It was an unauthorised use.
And yet it happened. So has the policy been reviewed to sort of plug that gap?
Well, if I could speak to that, Minister. So
I might ask you in the afternoon, if that's okay. Yeah. Has any disciplinary action been initiated with that contractor or staff member?
That contractor is a former staff member of the RA.
All right. Minister, do you accept that uploading personal information of the disaster victims to a third-party AI platform represents a serious governance failure?
It certainly represents a serious failure within the agency, but it appears to me it was a rogue contractor, and so I do take that seriously. I do.
Yep. And so when you were first briefed, did you immediately direct a formal incident report?
I was told that that's what was taking place. All of that was underway, taking place. Yep.
And did you also inform the Premier of what was happening? Or that the,
I'd have to take on notice who I informed.
And regarding the legal advice that you saw, what date did your department first seek that legal advice?
The 21st of August.
21st of August. And was that an instruction from you as Minister, the department, or who put in that instruction?
It was a confluence because in terms of the capability to actually, how would I put it, examine it to know exactly what happened and how, I thought that it needed to be outside the agency. And the agency determined that themselves, so it was sort of confluence.
And Minister, at any time did you question whether waiting for further advice could delay notification to the affected flood individuals?
I had discussions about how long it was taken. I did.
And Minister, can you assure the public now that no personal information remains stored on external AI platforms as a result of this incident?
That would be a big assurance given the nature of the AI world, Miss McDonald. Not that I know it in a forensic way, and I'm sure none of us here do, but if something goes on ChatGPT, we do know that, data, it can go public.
And I know I asked you before, but as far as you're aware, have any other breaches occurred?
As far as I'm aware, no. I haven't been informed of any breaches.
And Minister, what steps now have you taken to ensure that this can never happen again?
All of the steps that were taken when all of this came to my attention, and ensuring that all of the policy settings were in place that everybody has to go through, that have to be notified. I'm informed that they are notified about what they can and can't do, what they can use.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
I wanted to turn to, I think this, your Chief of Staff at the moment. I'm not sure. Did Jeremy Hillman have any involvement in the appointment of Mr. Owens to the Reconstruction Authority?
No.
No? And
I recommended with Mr. Lanyon, him and Miss Graham.
okay, so knowing that they're friends, was a formal conflict of interest declaration made regarding his relationship with Mr. Owens?
I mean, I'm not sure where you're going with it, and they're friends, I think.
So didn't need a...
You're not. I mean, when
So you're saying Mr. Hillman did not have any involvement in the appointment of...
it was Mr. Lanyon who appointed him.
Okay. And then moving on, did Mr. Hillman have any involvement in the appointment of Wendy Graham?
Again, it was Mr. Lanyon who appointed them, and I know that Mr. Owens and Miss Graham worked together.
And I understand now that Mr. Hillman has resigned from his position with the Reconstruction Authority?
I'll take all of that on notice, because I'm not sure it's all relevant here today.
And how is, the separation maintained between, say, the Minister's office and the operation appointments within the authority?
Well, it's up to the authority to appoint.
So at
in the
that time
same
it
way
was-
Miss Fitzgerald was appointed. That's up to the Reconstruction Authority.
Okay. All right.
They do the appointments.
Yeah. So there's that.
It's an agency appointment.
Okay. So, and you've talked about Resilience New South Wales, sort of the change there, and it was abolished. So what additional safeguards have been put in place to prevent similar issues that happened within Resilience through to, say, the Reconstruction Authority?
It's a different authority. It has its own act, and the Reconstruction Authority Act, it was different, and it was done with bipartisan support, as you'll recall, and it was done... the Act was introduced with the Perrottet government, so it's a different Act, it's a different model.
And to your knowledge, when was the Recovery Coordinator and Deputy Coordinator roles publicly advertised?
For
Reconstruction Authority?
I'm
For
not sure
which event are
which
you-
is it an event, or you mean internal positions?
Internal positions.
We don't have those current positions
There's not a-
within our structure. So we have an executive structure of which we follow normal New South Wales government recruitment guidelines to appoint executive into those roles. And then during major disasters, we also have a process through which we identify and appoint recovery coordinators, due to the nature of the work that recovery coordinators do and the often expedited nature in which we are required to bring them into the organisation in order to undertake that critical work, we undertake a more expedited process associated with those. We're also looking for specific skill sets and specific experience associated with those individuals.
And so what is Mr Owen's role now within the authority?
It was a short term. The recovery coordinators in a disaster, I've seen them operate, before. They're short term.
Short term.
For the Northern Rivers, we had Mr Lanyon.
Yeah, yeah.
As you'll recall.
And so when Mr Owens was taken on, so that role would have been publicly advertised, as you've
They're not
just stated?
publicly advertised roles. You have to pick people who can go out and do the job and hit the ground running, and that's the common practice in any disaster, any recovery, anywhere in Australia.
And so you go out, what's that recruitment process or appointment process?
I can speak to that
Yeah.
because it is a process of which the recovery, the Reconstruction Authority is responsible for. So they're not brought on as employees. So I do want to make the distinction between the procurement processes that we apply to bring on recovery coordinators. And we utilise our emergency procurement arrangements in order to be able to identify and appoint and procure those services of recovery coordinators. And then we have our employee contracts, which is our executive staff. So our recovery coordinators are not employed as New South Wales RA employees. They're subject to all of our requirements and values and code of conduct and all of that, of course. But we manage them through a procurement process.
And in that process, does it have to be approved by Cabinet, or is it internal within the department, or what happens there?
They're RA appointments.
RA appointments.
So, yes. And it is not unusual as although I haven't done one in 3 weeks, but I imagine if I were to, it would not be unusual for me to speak to the Minister around those appointments. They are a really critical role within communities. It's important that the people we appoint into those roles have the trust and confidence of government and the trust and confidence of local stakeholders as well.
Mm-hmm. And so, Minister, you're satisfied that there's no conflicts of interest?
None.
And with Mr Owens as well?
No conflict of interest. I mean, he's someone with the background in disasters.
And what specifically is the background?
Well, he's been a senior police officer, led a combat agency, been involved in disasters and other work since that I know of. So, and same with Miss Graham, who was with him.
And so when he was, Mr Owens, that is, was appointed as the recovery coordinator, who would have made that decision?
Mr Lanyon.
Mr Lanyon.
As the CEO.
Yeah. And at that time, were you personally consulted or involved?
Of course, he and I discussed it, that this is what would happen.
Yep. And what due diligence was undertaken in appointing Mr Owens?
Well, that's a matter for the RA because they're the ones who do the appointment. I don't do the appointment.
And so when he's the recovery coordinator, that's not on a contract, is it?
It's not on an employment contract, it's through procurement arrangements.
But he had previously been employed in another role?
No.
No?
Not that I know of, Miss McDonald, no.
Mr Owen was a member of the advisory board and resigned that post.
Okay.
He was a member of the advisory board?
The RA advisory board.
Okay.
But there was no overlap between.
No, because he'd resigned from that.
Yeah.
I understand. And so what was the time frame between when he resigned to when that appointment was made?
We would need to take that on notice, Ms McDonald.
On notice. Sorry. And do you know what? So when he's the recovery coordinator or the recovery coordinator, what is that like per day? Is it like he's not an employee, so doesn't get a wage? So how is someone paid in that role?
Well, that would be established through the contract we establish with them underneath the procurement arrangements.
Mm-hmm. And he's no longer serving in that role because that
procurement has finished.
Yep.
Yes,
okay.
correct.
All right. Okay. I think that was all.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, following the Northern Rivers flood, small businesses were eligible for a grant of up to $50,000 to help pay for the cost of clean-up and reinstate operations, and medium businesses were eligible for up to $200,000. Why wasn't similar support made available to the Mid-North Coast?
Look, I'm well aware people on the Mid-North Coast would like to have the $50,000. And what I can say is what I said before, I'm working with the Commonwealth on additional recovery support measures, and we'll have more to say on it soon. And it's not a question of who got this that time and who gets it this time. It's a question of what's needed in each disaster and each recovery. And I do get asked from time to time to compare disasters. There's no way you can do that. If you've been in a disaster and you've been hit, it's pretty terrible. So I don't want to go there, and it's not a question of who got, they got. But I'm well aware of particularly the local member for Oxley and also Manning, what they've put forward, and I've met with the business community, and I'm working on additional recovery measures right now.
Okay, I suspect you also meant the member for Mile Lakes in that?
I mean Mile Lakes.
Yeah.
I think of Manning. I think Kempsey Manning.
Yeah. You did mention, though, it's what's needed at the time. Are you suggesting that it wasn't needed by businesses on the Mid-North Coast?
Look, we always need and want a lot, and as I said, there's no comparison in disasters, and the disaster in the Northern Rivers was just so highly visible immediately. It was like 1 in thousands in a flood.
So just out of interest, do you know how quickly after the event the money was received in the Lismore floods?
It took a while. Some of it was announced, but it took quite a while to start to flow because there were no real systems to help it flow. So it took a long time, and there was various things announced at different times. So everything wasn't announced at the beginning.
Okay. So you're saying you're advocating for this one again. We're advocating for something.
Yep.
Have you got any idea when you'll find out if that advocacy was or was not successful?
I'll have more to say soon.
Okay. Is there any
very soon, Mr. Barrett?
Good to hear. Is there any reason it's taken up until now to have that advocacy?
Look, there's a lot of needs in the community, and it's looking at we've got a pool of money, where do we best spend it? What do we do? How do we use it? And it's always those considerations we have, engagement with the community. So it's those considerations.
You mentioned earlier that you look back to the previous events and looked at what did and didn't work, and you dragged them through. Was this something that was looked at, when you look back at the Lismore floods, was it decided this didn't work, so we weren't going to roll it out, or was it decided that it wasn't needed, so we didn't need to jump on that one quickly?
Look, one of the things that we need to be able to do, given the costs of disasters, in 2019, you'll recall it was about $154 million being spent. It's now up near $9 billion in New South Wales, probably trending to around, and it's not formal or anything yet, but probably trending up to about $14 billion. These are considerable costs. I don't deny anything to people who've been smashed in disasters. They're big costs. They're big calls on government, any government. And if we just keep No, if we keep spending only on recovery and not turn that dial, as was articulated in the Colvin Review, to the mitigation and adaptation, we won't be in the best place we can to be recovery ready and disaster ready. So I'm always mindful of that, but at the same time very mindful of the needs of the local communities who are in that situation. And there'll come a time where we do have to say these are the amounts that are available for recovery, and these are the amounts that will be available to start to turn that dial.
Minister, the community on the North Coast had to, run their own rallies to this. They all went out to the riverbank to say, we need help. How come they had to do that?
Mr. Barrett, if you look back at what we did in the Northern Rivers, there was a hell of a lot of that done too. So it wasn't just someone said, here it is today. There was a lot of advocacy.
Did you not learn from that though for this event? So they didn't have to do that again?
We learn from every event. We learn from every event, but I don't resolve from the fact that we're trying to do a whole lot of things in the community and help people, give them a leg up. As you know, the DRFA, the principles of it, the first principle is that it's not about compensation, putting people back exactly where they were. It's to give them a leg up to help them recover and get back on their feet.
Well, if you could
that's
get
what
this,
we do.
If you could get this grant secured, I think
I
that
know,
would be a
Mr.
big
Barrett,
leg up
you like
for this
it.
community. Minister, back to the state government review of red tape. That's taken 3 years to get to this point. Are you confident that we'll have some recommendations out of that to change some legislation before the next election?
Look, sometimes you don't have to change legislation to cut red tape.
Will we see some
a lot
changes,
of it,
some
yes,
red
a
tape
lot.
removed?
You're seeing changes now already. Red tape, it's not like it's a one-off event. It is happening, and a lot of pain points in red tape have been identified. There's a lot of work going on with Business New South Wales, with the Service Bureau, with the Acting Small Business Commissioner who's drilled down. And I know that she's working with different agencies and departments looking at areas, but a lot of it can be done at agency level. That's what we're trying to do. So you don't have to change the law every time. And like we announced yesterday, the Treasurer and I, with the productivity, the Commissioner for Productivity and Equality, looking at the hospitality area and digging down there, looking at what can be done. And some of that might be a duplication process. I don't know, I'm not prejudging it, but if there's a duplication process, we can wind that back. That won't necessarily have to be legislation. So that's what I'm trying to do, to get red tape to actually stick and be part of the business as usual, looking at it, monitoring it and winding it back.
Isn't even setting this committee up itself a duplication of the role of government anyhow? So to reduce red tape and reduce bureaucracy, you're creating another review with more red tape and more bureaucracy,
No.
just sending everything on this red tape and bureaucratic merry-go-round.
Oh, it is not. It's not a merry-go-round. And it's not like we invented red tape, just a couple of years ago. And it's working to ensure that it is part and parcel of business as usual, right across the agencies, but particularly I know that's what's happening in Service New South Wales, and identifying it so that we can wind it back so it's not a merry-go-round.
Wouldn't small businesses be the best one to tell you this, not another bureaucratic committee?
Well, they are, and they'll be telling the Commissioner for Productivity and Equality very clearly. We know some of that also through the Service New South Wales, through their processes. They know some of this as well. So it's, okay, how do we wind it back?
So 1 in 10 food services businesses closed their door in the last 12 months. Waiting another 12 months for this committee to come up with its ideas, is going to see another 1 in 10 businesses go. How many businesses are you happy to see fall out the back door before we implement these changes that they need?
Look, you can't verbal me I'm not happy to see any business go. What I'll say is some of those businesses mightn't have closed their doors because of red tape. They closed for other reasons. We're looking at red tape, seeing if we can make it easier for business so that they can spend less time, as was said yesterday, filling in forms and filing.
Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to the plight of Mr Smith of Bulahdelah. Mr Smith was knocked back from a disaster relief grant. He experienced severe damage to his house and property.
In the bushfire? In
the bushfires, and has also since experienced, in the floods, and also experienced fire damage as well. But RA, in knocking back his application, have suggested that he was at fault for not taining his farm pre-flood, and suggested he should sell part of his farm instead to cover the costs. The line in the letter, I'm not making this up, you have the following realisable assets that could be used to cover the cost of damage to your home. Is this acceptable that RA is suggesting this person should sell off their assets to cover the cost of the recovery?
I would have to take that on notice, Mr Barrett. And I do know with the disaster relief grant, it's a strict income eligibility test, and it's been like that for a long time.
If you take my word that it does say that in the letter, would you think
Are you able to share that letter? Get permission to share it?
Can I just run that round to the Minister just so she can have a quick look at it?
But I'll still take it on notice.
Yeah, by all means. I'm just, because I'd like to talk to you more generally about that.
Yeah.
And whether you think that would be an acceptable response to someone.
Well, I don't know all the circumstances, so I can't respond. I just make sure...
In what circumstances should it be suggested that someone should
Mr.
sell
Barrett,
their farm?
Let me finish.
To pay
I
off
just
the
like
cost?
people to be... even when we're saying no to someone, again, I always say we treat them with compassion. That's my direction. So if we're saying no, and sometimes all of us have to say no, it can be incredibly difficult. But when we do say no, we do it with compassion for whoever has come before us.
Okay,
I'm clear on that.
Noting that you take that on notice, I will just implore you, Minister, this person has been showering in town for 6 months now. They're behind on their loan payments, obviously. They've lost livestock, damaged the fences. Can you just make this a priority to look into this case, and you now have the specific letter to see if we can find an outcome for this?
Of course I'll make it a priority, with you having brought it to my attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I understand that up until a couple of years ago, the Reconstruction Authority and perhaps its predecessor even would fund community recovery officers in local councils. Can you tell me why these positions were removed?
They're not removed, but they're time limited.
So they used to be full-time positions within council, I understand?
Sometime, in council. There were RSSs who were in community organisations and the community recovery officers, and they're time limited, always time limited.
Sure. So, for instance, with the Mid-North Coast position, a position was put in place after the event. The event, of course, happened in May. They got someone in place in sort of October, November, and then that position expired 12 months after the event. Expired 12 months after the event. So helpful, but never going to meet the demands or deliver the outcomes of a fully embedded position. Why have we got a gap? Why have we left a gap in that resilience and recovery?
Well, there's no gap per se, because everybody who's gone into those positions has always lobbied me ever since to stay there. Even in the Northern Rivers, they were time limited. They had to go. They're time limited everywhere. In the Central West as well, they're time limited, and there's now some have been put in place or in the process of being put in place in Bondi as well.
Minister, I think you know as well as I do that a position coming in after the event is not going to be as well connected, well prepared, well set up as a full-time position in these councils that are more and more regularly experiencing these events.
I see where you're going.
There's a clear want and need for these positions embedded in local council. Is this something we can have reinstated?
Well, they've never been there in the form that you're describing, and they've always been related to disasters and time limited. I'm well aware what Local Government of New South Wales Association and some of the councils have said they would like to have full-time recovery officers. Some councils have done that themselves, and other councils, they would probably find that really challenging. So I think that's what you're maybe leading to.
Yes, I wonder whether you can look at that, because it was raised in an inquiry that nowhere in the Local Government Act, I don't think it says recovery or resilience.
No.
It's not really their role.
But local government do end up being at the coalface of a lot of this.
In looking into that for us, Minister, can you also consider whether these positions can include travel and admin budgets rather than that being rolled onto the council's budgets as well?
It's a bit granular.
Well, it's important to councils, Minister, and
yeah,
it's been
I know
raised
it's
with
important
us,
to councils
individually and in inquiry, so it is important to them.
Thank you.
Minister, $2 million, and you touched on this before on another issue, but $2 million has been allocated from the Regional Development Trust to fund, to develop new residential blocks in Eugowra. While this, of course, is welcome, this money, can you explain why the community needed to access the Regional Development Trust Fund, monies whose intended purpose isn't for disaster recovery, whereas other events, namely on the far north coast, got its own bespoke funding package for such activity?
The council applied for that grant, that $2 million grant, and within the RA we were having discussions about whether there was another way to fund it, but they had applied for it and we were waiting to hear back. They got it, and I know where you're going, but they got the money. That's the important thing. So the RA and myself, I stayed on the case to make sure that they got some money to do that.
Again, this is another one you say you've been advocating for. It's taken some time to get there.
Mr. Barrett, none of this has been in place in New South Wales at all. It's only in the last few years since 2022, and there was nothing in place. Like there was 2022,
it's now been removed, Minister.
There was nothing in place. There are now a lot of things in place. We have a new reconstruction authority. It has different objectives. It's working with community. We have different levels of disasters. None of this is going to happen overnight. And we're spending a lot of money on recovery, and that's right, to look after communities. And you can ask, why this, why that, why not this, why not that? It's a work in progress and we're rolling it out. And I'm deeply committed to it and deeply committed to working with local government, with communities, to ensure that they get the best they can to recover.
Minister, 4 years after this event, it's almost too late. A lot of the people that we wanted to stay in Eugowra have obviously probably made decisions to leave town. Why has it taken 4 years to get to the point that it's at now?
Well, it's not quite 4 years, but... True. And it wasn't until it came to my attention as Minister that they wanted this money for the land. I met with the Mayor and I supported them in that process to get it, as did, it was the Premier who announced it.
Minister, was Homes New South Wales originally in discussions around this project?
They were.
Do you know why they're no longer part of this project?
I don't, but I do know that RA agreed to work with the council to help them implement it. So RA's with them to do that.
RA and council. So council's leading this one?
Well, it's council's leading it, but RA's backing them in.
I do note Homes New South Wales and RA are working to deliver new homes as part of the recently announced development as part of the $100 million resilient homes package for Northern Rivers.
The 85 in North Lismore?
Yes, I think that sounds right. I'll take your word for that, Minister. Why Homes not involved in the project in the Central West?
Look, you'd have to... I don't know why they're not involved, but I do know RA's involved and we're working with them. It's a much smaller development as well, but we're there with them, giving the right support.
How should we take this any other way than the government being more concerned about people in the cities and the coastal fringes than in inland New South Wales?
Oh, well, it's not. They're clearly, the Reconstruction Authority is with the council and working with them, supporting them for this development. So they're not left alone.
Minister, my understanding is that Warren Council is waiting on payments from the Reconstruction Authority for works that have been approved and completed. This is in relation to the waste facility, which was inoperable. I believe the council is waiting on around $250,000 from RA. Do you know why this is delayed so long?
Take that one on notice. I don't know about that.
Thank you. We might touch that again this afternoon, if that's all right. In relation to, back to the firearms reforms, Minister, the legislation is vague on the firearm limits for farmers. Primary producers are strictly limited to 10, whereas someone with a genuine reason of business or employment is able to have access to a greater number. Given primary producers are businesses, how will you treat this inconsistency?
Look, it's for Minister Catley, the Minister for Police, and what I want to say is that, you know, this went through the House with the support of the opposition, so it's got bipartisan support.
With the support of the Liberal Party, Minister?
Yeah, well, that's the opposition.
Carry on.
The Nats can oppose it, makes no difference. Okay, so it went through. No snide comments, please. It went through, and
sorry, Minister,
and
you might jest at this,
I'm not,
but we oppose this because of the small businesses that are going out the back door because of this.
You don't know they're going out the back door. Look, I've heard firsthand from gun shop owners, and I'll repeat it, in my community who have some concerns about gun legislation, impacts on the businesses. Reached out to the Police Minister, and I'm committed to working with her to get the reforms right. And in terms of the legislation and the responsibility, it's clearly not with me.
These are small business. So if you want to talk about the small businesses,
I've just talked about the small
they
businesses.
They certainly are part of your responsibility.
And
again, at the very least,
them.
I'd like you to advocate for them.
When
are you telling them that we'll see the regulations?
I said, I don't know when we'll see the regulations. I'm speculating. Ask the Minister for Police when we'll see the regulations. But I've reached out to her, committed to working with her on these reforms and, you know, raise the issue that the gun shop owners have raised with me and others.
Will you be able to tell the Minister that the Police Minister has suggested that the regulations won't come into effect until September? That's a long time for these small businesses, including the ones in Lismore and Tenterfield, you mentioned before, the ones that were on the Country Hour yesterday talking about how much this is hurting them. That's a long time for them to operate without this information. These are small businesses that are down 90% on their sales. They are, you know, you would have spoken to them, I have spoken to them, they are very fragile about this. What reassurance can you have for them that this is not going to put them out of business?
Look, the reassurance I've given is that I hear from them firsthand. I'll continue to hear from them and about the impacts, and I've reached out to the Police Minister, and of course I talk in government, and I'm committed to working with her to get the reforms right. So I give that assurance, Mr. Barrett.
I might jump to my colleague for a moment.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I just want to go back to the Mr. Owen's appointment. Minister, prior to Mr. Owen's reappointment, were you aware that he had previously been required to repay travel expenses following compliance concerns at Resilience New South Wales?
No.
No, okay. So I then ask again, what formal due diligence was undertaken then prior to his reappointment?
That's a question for the RA, Miss McDonald, because they're the ones who do the appointing.
Do you know whether his prior travel expense matter was considered as part of his reappointment? Or as part of that assessment for when he...
Well, I don't know about it, so therefore I couldn't comment on that.
And do you know whether it would have been documented in the
I've got
appointment
no
brief?
idea what Resilience, how they operated.
You don't know how, okay.
I mean, that was... under the previous government, resilience and...
And you said your Chief of Staff didn't put in a written conflict declaration?
Well, to my knowledge, they're not friends. I mean, so why would you put in a written declaration?
Not sure.
And if you work in the disaster area, emergency management, people do know each other, as do I.
Did your Chief of Staff mention that he knew him?
Well,
prior
I'm not
to
sure where you're going with it, because, again, I come back to, for people who are experienced in emergency management and disaster and recovery, they tend to know each other.
Yeah. I just wonder, like, do you accept that, say, reappointing a former executive who had previously had to repay expenses for compliance concerns, and who I'm told is a close friend or has a close relationship with your Chief of Staff, would warrant heightened public scrutiny?
Look, you're raising issues I have no knowledge of, and, you know, it is by way of analogy, but I've seen MPs have to pay back money and they're still there.
Sorry?
I said I've seen members of Parliament have to pay back money and they're still there. They still get voted back in. So look, I don't know. You're raising things I can't comment on. So you can keep asking, but I'll keep saying I can't comment.
Okay. All right. No, that's...
Yeah.
Yep. If you have no knowledge, you have
I have no knowledge, Miss
and
McDonald.
if it wasn't...
I think you're flogging a dead horse, as we say.
You've got something? I've
still got plenty.
Yeah, good.
Minister, can we just go back to the small business grants?
Yes.
Can I just confirm you have sent off the request to have that funded through the NDRFA?
Look, my comment stands what I said before.
Because that would be the process, right? You would need to request that funding through
Premier requests to the Prime Minister. That's how we request additional funding. Under the DRFA guidelines, the amount now available for small business is $25,000, so that's set.
Yep.
That came in, I think, last year. And the process is Premier writes to the Prime Minister. So that's a process. And again, I repeat, I'm working with the Commonwealth on additional recovery support measures, and you'll hear from me soon.
Are you working, sorry, your request would go to the Premier then, wouldn't it? And the Premier then sends that off to the Fed.
If it's additional measures beyond the $25,000 for small business, it goes from the Premier to the Prime Minister. So and if you read the DRFA guidelines, and I'm sure you have, Mr. Barrett, it's in there how that process works. There's often a lot of confusion about the process.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm confused because you said you're working with the Commonwealth on this.
Of course, I've got
But at the same time, you're saying the process has to go through the Premier to go to the Commonwealth. So
that's a formal process.
So you've requested the Premier reach out to the Commonwealth to have this funding extended?
Mr. Barrett, I'm working with the Commonwealth on additional support measures, and I'll have more to say soon.
Do you know how soon?
Soon.
Minister, just back
I'll leave you in suspense, Mr. Barrett.
I'd love it. Minister, back to the land tax.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned nothing had changed as far as that, and the implication was that as these farmers change their business practices, that they then subsequently have to be taxed or lose that exemption. But there has been a change, and that was the state government, through state revenue, took this to court through there was a New South Wales civil and administrative tribunal decision that changed all this. So that was some time ago when this was tested. I just wonder, when it seems like such a simple fix, why hasn't anything been done since this case, I think earlier last year? Why hasn't anything been done to provide the relief that cherry growers need, that the orchardists need, the local flower grower need, so they can continue their business?
Look, I'll come back to how I answered it before. I'm aware of the recent compliance activity by Revenue New South Wales. That's what they do. I'm aware it's generated concern amongst the primary producers regarding the interpretation of primary production land, so I'm well aware of it. And under the current legislation, producers who diversify their activities will continue to receive the primary production land exemption as long as primary production remains the dominant use of land. So we know it's about the dominant use of land. If it's primary production, then the land tax exemptions apply. So there haven't been changes in the definition relating to primary producer exemptions. And again, this might be like 25 years old, but don't hold me to that exact time, and how it's interpreted by Revenue New South Wales. In fact, it's made clear in documents from New South Wales farmers who are advocating for change.
So they clearly
that's always existed, and when claiming an exemption, the businesses have to provide the financial information to determine if they are eligible, because it's an exemption they apply for, and it's a case-by-case basis. And there's a number of other things. I think it hasn't changed in, I said 25, I think it's 20 years. And that I can assure the community that I'm taking their submissions and concerns seriously. And I'm aware of the New South Wales Farmers' Statement of Expectations, and it's ultimately a matter for the Minister for Finance, but I'll work with the Minister for Finance, Minister Hoosas, to ensure small businesses are a key consideration.
Thank you, Minister. I do have several more questions on that, but I'm aware that my clock has now ticked over to 12:45, and far be it from me to abuse my
Is it 12:45
power
already?
as chair, which draws us to an end of
That went
opposition and crossbench question time. I will just advise that, or do you want government time now before I close out?
There are no government questions, Chair.
Okay.
So
I'll advise the following then. We will still have more questions after the lunch break.
Sure.
However, I will have a chat to my colleague and see who in particular might be subject to those questions.
So that not everybody
So not everyone has
be
to hang
here.
around. I will put the call out to any of my colleagues that are intending to come after lunch. If they can come to me quickly by 12 o'clock, that would help me advise people that they can or cannot go. So unless I hear something from 12 o'clock, I'll come and see someone.
1 o'clock.
Oh no, I want to come and see you at 12 o'clock, so people that can go home can go home.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
No, I want to come and see you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we were all thinking. You had us.
You mean.
You had us confused, Mr. Barrett.
I'll come and see you at 1 o'clock, and
We'll all
advise
be around.
who we don't need after lunch, and we'll try and do what we can to let anyone go. So any crossbench members that are listening that do have a line of questioning to any of these people, please ring me or find me before that time.
Sure.
Other than that, enjoy your lunch. Thank you, Minister.
Thank
you to those people that we will let go, and I will see you when I'm looking at you. Do I need an introduction? All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back, and apologies that I wasn't able to get as many people out as I had first thought, and greater apologies for those that I indicated might have been able to go and then called you back. I do apologise for that. I will, though, start with you, Ms Ellis, if that's okay, and I'd like to revisit the land tax issue. Now, the Minister was saying that there has been no change, but to your understanding, can you just... My understanding is this came about because of a case that did take place and a redefinition or a reinterpretation of the land tax issue. Are you able to help me with that, shed more light on that for me?
Yes. There was a case heard in 2025 in the New South Wales Civil and Administrative Tribunal. My understanding is that tested out the land tax provisions in relation to primary production as opposed to resetting them, if you like. I think I'll just note that it is an area of significant concern for primary producers, and the Commission is looking further into those concerns. We've met with New South Wales farmers, and we're in the process, and also with New South Wales Treasury, just from the perspective of revenue policy, and we're in the process of meeting with other agencies to the extent to which their area of policy has some bearing on operating conditions for primary producers. So, for example, I know one of the concerns expressed by New South Wales farmers is that other areas of industry policy have at times incentivised or encouraged diversification and value-adding activities for particular smaller land holdings, and that may then, not necessarily completely line up with the interpretation of the land tax as it is and has been for 20 or 25 years. Also in the process of arranging to meet with some individual primary producers where I can. I'll do that on their at their properties so that I can understand fully their concerns and their experience, and then I'll consider what advice and how we might be able to assist small businesses in their interactions with Revenue New South Wales and others.
Are you aware of how this reinterpretation, like how the actual case came about?
I'm broadly familiar that it involved a vineyard, and the testing, as the Minister referred to this morning, just that question around the dominant use of the land and whether that activity was winemaking as opposed to the sale of grapes in their natural state.
Are there concerns about how far this can go? We've had a number of examples put to us, the piggery that's processing meat on farm. We've got vineyards, obviously orchards that are making apple juice out of inferior products, but even someone who's harvesting lucerne and putting that into a bale is value adding. How far has this reached so far, do you know?
That's what I'm working to understand. Obviously different forms of primary production all have different implications in terms of what value adding means, and the percentage of a property that might be allocated to certain activities and whether value adding happens, on site or off site and all those sorts of things. So we're in the process of working to understand that, but we're certainly agreeing that there's different interpretations depending on the type of primary production that's occurring on any one particular piece of land.
What particular impacts do you see this having on our border producers, you know, with someone in the Murray area who's competing for the same agri-tourism dollar and you know, travellers to come to their farm as they are across the border where they don't have this same interpretation?
Yeah, I'm aware that farmers and other stakeholders who are concerned about this issue feel that the regime in place in Victoria is more favourable. And so certainly to the extent that taxes have an impact on operating conditions and decisions that primary producers make about their activities, then certainly to the extent that there's different regimes in place in different jurisdictions, then that's a relevant consideration.
So when you say this is still being, like, this still seems to me like it's not fully understood what this means, yet it is being applied to people and they are getting these land tax bills. Are we putting the cart before the horse there? We're sort of hitting people and then we'll find out whether they're eligible or not afterwards?
I can't speak for Revenue New South Wales or the approach that's been taking there, but I can say that I'm working actively to develop a strong understanding of what's happening and the different levers that are in place in different parts of government, and I'll consider what I learn and then what advice the Commission might provide to government.
And then, so what is the pathway then from the work you're doing to influencing this outcome?
So typically, and this is the case for sort of any concerns that might be raised with the Commission, is we would meet with the people concerned, and that in this case is principally New South Wales farmers, and have considered their policy position or statement of expectations, I think is what it's called. And then, as I said, I always like to meet as well with individuals and understand, you know, some case studies and some particular circumstances so that I can use that just to round out our understanding. We would typically then also meet with different agencies within government, and that's really only fair and part of a due process to understand what's happening, and most particularly when we're coming from that small business perspective, understanding how different parts of government might be working together or not, as the case may be, to influence particular policy settings or regulatory regimes that apply to small businesses. So that's essentially the process that we're in now, and I don't expect it will take an enormously long time to complete that, but I do need a couple more weeks just to complete those meetings and discussions. And I think some of the primary producers that I'm intending to meet with have indicated that they've got some availability perhaps mid to late March, so I need to work around them as well. So then I'll consider our position, and if we believe it's warranted, then we would make usually written representations to the relevant ministers to that effect.
So there's a couple more weeks of your process, and then we need to lean on the other decision makers to see a change in this.
Oh, I mean, I would emphasise we don't make decisions or...
No, that's what I'm saying, lean
what
on.
have you.
Yeah. If farmers, if people have input to this, are they able to make a submission formally or informally?
I'm very happy to hear from any primary producer who has concerns about this issue.
Thank you very much.
So for me, okay. I just want, with regard, you're acting in the role at the moment. Sorry, I'll just move that there. Is there a recruitment process in place for the Small Business Commissioner?
There is a process in place, but I'm not the best person to
So who would be the
that.
best person to ask?
I can try and answer some of that, Ms McDonald, and if we can't answer any pieces, we'll take that on notice. But yeah, there is a procurement process in place. I believe the advertisement's out in the market, and it's probably closing pretty soon, I'd say, if it hasn't already.
Okay, and sorry. And that's being undertaken by Service New South Wales, the recruitment process, or
That'll be undertaken by the Department of Customer Service, so that'll be with the Secretary to run that process. I think I said procurement process, I meant recruitment process, Ms McDonald, thanks.
And, sorry, no, I'll move to some other questions. I'll go back to the questions that I had with regard to the data breach. So would that be best with you, Ms Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was wanting to know on what exact date did the department first become aware, excuse me, that personal information may have been uploaded to ChatGPT?
Yeah, thanks, Ms McDonald, and I'll ask my colleague, Ms Clark, to go through those details with you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot my name tag. Thank you. So just in response to your question, in terms of when we first knew about it, so DLP reports were sent to RA on the 12th and 16th of March, identifying activity that had occurred by that previous contractor, as I said this morning, on the 12th and 15th of March.
Mm-hmm. And so how was that identified? Was it through an internal audit or staff disclosure or third-party, excuse me, notification?
These were identified through data loss prevention reports that were sent to RA via Department of Community and Justice IT department that was sent to our IT department.
Mm-hmm. And then as a result, was that recorded in an incident management system or some sort of process put in play?
Look, I'd probably have to take that on notice because I'm not familiar in detail with the IT reporting and incident processes, but I think where you're going is those questions you had this morning around when that file was obtained, and the correct file was obtained from that ex-contractor on the 16th of May. 16th of May.
And was the Secretary informed on the same date as say the 12th and 16th, or was it had to be substantiated before then, or...?
Look, it had to be substantiated. So, as I said, on the 16th of May, the correct files were obtained. They were then provided to the RA privacy officer and governance team to review. That review was undertaken to understand the extent of personal and private information and what had occurred. A briefing with the CEO was later held on the 1st of July.
Mm-hmm. And then, so the Minister was then briefed on the 7th of July, I believe, yep.
That's correct, yes. So a briefing note was progressed to the Minister, her office, for consideration on the 7th of July.
And is there a copy of that briefing note?
We'll just take that on notice.
On notice?
To see whether we were able to release that to the committee.
Mm-hmm. And so would you know from just how many days elapsed between the identification of the issue and the Minister being briefed? So like we're talking about...
I'll just take that on notice, perhaps. I could count the days.
But
yeah. I know the dates that I've quoted, but it might be easier to take that on notice.
And then...
Can I just maybe add also the data loss prevention report that Ms Clark mentioned in March is just a notification that a file has been sent. So the work that was subsequent happening was to try and identify whether or not that file contained information.
Yep.
So that's it's not like we were told in March that there was private information released. It was that there was a file that breached the policies and as was mentioned earlier this morning in relation to sending a file using a private email address was what was identified, and the subsequent activity from then sort of came to light.
And then what date did you first then seek legal advice in relation to the incident?
So on the 7th of July, our legal team requested Clayton Utes carry out data analysis.
Yep.
And from there, on the 13th of August, following discussion with the CEO about next steps, we also sought Clayton Ute's advice around whether the breach was eligible and required notification under the Privacy Information Act.
And so who authorised that request to seek further legal advice? Would that have been the CEO?
The CEO, that's correct.
And was that made in writing?
That was part of a briefing note, so yes, that would have been in writing, I expect, yes.
And was the material that was provided, what material was provided to legal when advice was first sought?
Ms McDonald, we may need to take that on question on notice, just due to that it may be subject to legal professional privilege.
Yep, okay. And at that time, were the correct files provided to legal?
We take that on notice as
on
well.
Notice?
Yeah.
And on what date did... Okay, so I was going to say, what date did you become aware that incorrect files had been supplied? But because you've taken you'll have to take that one on notice as well.
Well, I think that was in the earlier stages, back in between March and May. This period between July, August, September was really about, as Mr. Graham said, it was really about understanding the impact, the contents of that file, the seriousness of the information that was then shared, and the impact to individuals. As I said earlier this morning, it was a significantly large file, 10,000 individual line entries that needed further review and analysis to understand the complete impact, to individuals.
And how, when the files was sent, how was the error identified that perhaps incorrect files might have been provided?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think to clarify, Ms McDonald, sorry, Ms Clark, do you mean how did we understand in that initial couple of months that we weren't receiving the right information? I think we can take that on notice, but I expect that that was subject to the data analytical work that we were doing in the back end, and also our understanding of the information that was available to Salesforce and would have been available to that contractor as well. So, but we can take that on notice to provide that detail.
And so then when you had the correct files, you would have asked for further legal advice?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I just outlined. That period between July and August was then pursuing, briefings with the CEO, a briefing note to the Minister's office, but then also that further external legal advice.
And so once you've got the legal advice, did you need to obtain further, did obtaining further legal advice affect the timing of whether it was a notifiable breach determination?
Well, it was an extended period of time because what we were trying to ascertain was if the notification, and that was of particular interest to the CEO at the time, was would the notification create serious risk of harm to individuals' health and safety, of notifying them of the breach, given, or that being greater than not notifying them, given the traumatised nature of the people who were impacted by the breach, and that was what further advice was then sought on.
And so, based on that, on what date did the department form the view whether whether that constituted that it was eligible data breach under the NDB scheme?
So that was not until August? September.
Oh, September.
September. That was the week of the 15th of September.
And that would have been documented?
Yes.
Yep.
Legal advice was provided to myself at that point in time. I was the acting chief executive for a short period of time, and given the legal advice that it was a notifiable event, then we took action to brief the minister and ready ourselves and ready the information. We still had more work to do in making sure, as Ms Clark said this morning, that we were certain that the information that we had. We wanted to be very clear. In fact, I think Ms. Fitzgerald said, outlined that our real concern was an ability to provide individuals with the information about their specific information that was released or not. Yeah.
And
also mindful that throughout the process there was many checks undertaken to determine whether or not the information was in the public domain.
Yep.
And at no point in time have we had any evidence to suggest that it is publicly available. But also with the way it was released with a private email and through a private chat GPT, we couldn't rule that out. So it was pretty complex in terms of considering the legal ramifications, and that was why we sought that advice. And upon that advice, without being able to rule out that it was available, although we didn't have any evidence that it was available, we took the precautionary approach to release the information, to advise the public of what had happened.
Okay. And then after that, shortly after, you advised the individuals, and just clarify that was in September also, that day?
No, so that was
November.
So on the 2nd of October.
Sorry, yes.
A briefing note was also sent to the progression of visibility to the Minister's office about the status of the issue, and from there, on the 3rd of October, the RA made a public statement about the data breach, noting that there would be further follow-up, and that was then from there we started individual notifications to impacted parties from the week commencing the 12th of October.
But initially you said there was 10,000, but you didn't have to notify 10,000 people. It was only 2,000.
2,000 and
there was 10,000 lines of data.
2,000 lines of data.
10,000 lines of data.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
And 2,031 impacted individuals.
And then in this process was a formal risk of serious harm assessment undertaken? I assume it was.
That was the advice that we sought.
Yep. And that assessment's obviously been documented?
That was legal advice to us. So again, it would be subject to legal privilege.
Okay. And you wouldn't know from, say, the total number of days that elapsed between, say, the initial upload and the final notification? That you probably take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
Count the days in the calendar.
Yeah.
And do you now have internal benchmarks for incident response timeframes?
I might talk to some of the work that we've been doing from a cyber security perspective. So also interesting to note that the cyber relationship or the cyber issue is distinct from a privacy issue as well. But we have completed a cyber risk assessment and we're currently rated as low. As a part of the action that we took in terms of the response, we've been pushing cyber awareness training. We've got 93% completion rate on cyber awareness training for the general awareness training for all staff. There's a specific Essentials Plus training for IT and system administrators, which is at 93% completion rate. And that's against an industry benchmark, I'm advised, that's around 90%. So we're working very hard to make sure that cyber awareness training is pushed out and people are fully aware of what they should and shouldn't be uploading to ChatGPT or other AI-related software or packages. We've refreshed the cyber security plan for 2025 to 2027, and that was approved by the then Chief Executive in November. Just recently in February, on the 4th of February, we had a cyber incident response exercise facilitated by Cyber Security New South Wales. The report's just recently been received and that'll have a list of actions for us to progress, but that was done in conjunction, as I said, with Cyber Security New South Wales and had representatives from DCJ, Premier's Department, our IT and data teams, legal and governance, comms and engagement, ministerial and executive services, and also our operational areas that are responsible for managing personal data. So we've been doing a lot of work to try and close the deficiencies. We're still awaiting the finalisation of the independent review, which we also think will provide us further advice on how we, particularly I think, need to manage private information.
Yep. And so this matter obviously wouldn't have met your current benchmarks though?
In terms of our response, do you mean, Ms. McDonald? Well, no, I think that would be fair to say. Yeah, and I think we acknowledge that.
You're done?
Yep.
What I might do, thank you, Ms. Donald, I'll throw to Ms. Higginson for...
All I need.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then come back to myself.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Can I just ask Ms. Fitzgerald about, and please send me anywhere you want, just about the Lismore and Northern Rivers Resilient Homes program. Earlier when the Minister was informing the committee that, we're putting the skates on and putting a time frame for the end of March for people to make sure their applications are in by that time. What measures have you undertaken to basically provide everybody as best as possible with the information they need to be able to uptake that program? I guess what I'm trying to say is, what do you have in place to make sure people aren't on the other side of that?
Yeah. And the Minister was referring to applications for the Resilient Measures stream of the Resilient Homes package, and I'll ask Ms Clark to step out our local engagement on that.
Thank you. Hello, Ms Clark.
Hello, how are you, Ms
Good,
Higginson?
thank you.
So we've been doing extensive outreach across the region for some time, really since probably mid last year, in coming to the end of applications for the Resilient Homes program. So we have a significant program running right across the region that's offering expos, information sessions, builder brekkies, multiple opportunities for homeowners who may not be aware of the program to come and find out more information, but also those who are progressing through the program to connect with builders, ask further questions of council representatives, but also of our team. We're also doing targeted proactive outreach to homeowners who may have previously registered for the program but have not come in, and that has been very targeted for some time, where it may be that if we're undertaking a home assessment and we've identified prior to that neighbouring properties have not progressed applications, that we may do some door knocking in some targeted areas, but we're going above and beyond to ensure that our outreach and engagement across the region is extensive, leading into that 31st of March date.
And so do you have the current numbers in terms of how many applications for raises and retrofits?
So in terms of the progression of the program, so we've undertaken 848 home assessments. These figures are as at the 20th of February. Yep. 236 resilient measure grants have been approved. And
sorry, was that 286?
236.
36, thank you.
236 resilient measure grants approved. And 101 people are actively scoping works with builders, and 52 works are complete. We appreciate that it does take time and there is a personal impact to homeowners to undertake those works. We are targeting the completion of 1,500 home assessments, and so that is why we are doing extensive outreach to a further homeowner group to make sure they're aware of, have visibility of the support and grants that are available underneath the program.
Great, thank you. And is that some of the work, is Resilient Lismore helping in that stream of work still?
Yes, they are. So they're supporting us on a number of fronts. So we've established the Building Advisory Service to support homeowners that may need some extra assistance, work through those building works to their home. So there's a caseload that Resilient Measures are supporting us with, and I'm just trying to bring up those numbers. In addition, we also have Resilient Lismore who've been delivering the Repair to Return program, and as at the 20th of February, there's been 120 essential plumbing repairs completed and 239 partial restorations completed. There was some additional funding that was allocated to Resilient Lismore for their continuation of that program over the next 12 months. So that will see potentially another 80 homeowners supported through that.
Fantastic. I know that you're not here in any political policy role, but I just noticed the federal member for Page was standing up really criticising, obviously not the good people on the ground trying to do what you're trying to do, but criticising the program, the speed of the program. And I think the words were, if this was in Sydney, I'm sure things would have been very different. From a ground perspective, I think we know that it's really not that straightforward. But I would just like to know if you can share with this committee, from somebody who is right there at the coalface, on the front line, working with the delivery of this extensive, enormous program, are there things that you think that we should know in terms of what's not going well, or what you see as things that are going well, so that we can get a proper, have some real truth in the framework?
Look, I could talk all afternoon. So I think I'm obviously been working in the Northern Rivers for an extended period of time through a number of programs. And I think some of the work that we're doing on the Resilient Homes program is some of the work that our team feels most proud of because of the outcomes that we're able to deliver and support the community with. I think in the establishment of the program under the former NRRC, obviously there was expectations from community as to how the program would be delivered. That did not meet the community's expectations in terms of speed, grant funding out the door, and community consultation as to what the program was about. I think what was a pivotal moment was when Minister Saffin and Mr Simon Draper reset the program in, I think it was June, July 2023. The local community leaders forum was established in the Northern Rivers. There was a lot more consultation and engagement with community about what was really needed to take the program forward. I think what we also need to remember is the program, while the flood event was in February 2022, the program wasn't announced until later that year, October 2022, and really didn't properly mobilise until the following year in early 2023. When the program funding was first secured, it was for a time limit of until June 2025. And in September 2024, we identified that we would need further time to be able to deliver the program, the largest adaptation program in this country. And so we secured the support of NEMA to do that, and we were given that allowable time limit extension until June 2027. There have been many fundamental shifts in the delivery of the program, of our approach, of acknowledging the lived community's impact, but also expectations of the Reconstruction Authority in preserving the heritage and the fabric of the community with the reuse and relocation of the homes. And so we have offered many innovative policies and solutions to enable that, such as homeowners receiving a buyback and being able to relocate their homes, being able to gift their house structures. We've offered 150 buyback house structures for sale, predominantly via auction, which has been very, very successful and attracting a lot of interest, not just within the region, but across the state and the country. So I think we've continued to evolve and adapt to the program. As I said, I could talk all afternoon, but in particular, I want to acknowledge that the policy shifts that we've made, particularly from upfront grants, co-contribution waivers, trying to do everything that we can to ensure that the grant funding is going to those community members that are most in need and need that extra support to make their homes more resilient for future flood events.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I just want to ask this, and I know it's quite controversial, but how does the work that you are doing intersect, if at all, in terms of the work that the CSIRO has done that has presented this idea that we might just go and put all these dams in the upper catchment and make flooding in Lismore all of a sudden a bit better than what it has been? Is there any part, this may be you, Ms Fitzgerald, or Ms Clark, But
it probably speaks to the work that we undertake in relation to the State Disaster Mitigation Plan and our disaster adaptation plans, and I might get Ms Whale to expand on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the CSIRO report that I understand will be delivering some options report in June, July, is going to be considered in our disaster adaptation planning process. So what we do in terms of looking at options right across the whole of the Northern Rivers is gather all of those options from a variety of sources, so local government studies like the floodplain management programs that already exist or the coastal management programs. It'll be the same as considering the options that come out of the CSIRO report. And then what we'll do is consider all of those options in the next stage of the disaster adaptation plan, which is really around understanding the risk reduction benefits, so reducing risk to life, reducing damages to property, but stacked up against things like community values, environmental impact, the complexity of some of these interventions and the cost, and really looking at how do we balance those up so that what we're then taking through into the final disaster adaptation plan, which we're looking to release over the next couple of years, are we suggesting things that are going to be right for the community and are going to be, I guess, the best interventions that we can really identify from that regional perspective.
So can I just finish on that?
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll just take another few minutes. Obviously, my views on all of this have been very, very clear, but I am in constant engagement with people who are so concerned about what the work the CSIRO has done, this idea that these mitigation dams and structures up in the catchment could be good. To them, they find unfathomable, after living in these places for so long and generations. So I think what I'm hearing, though, is that ultimately those options will be presented by CSIRO as what they are. But in terms of what the work the RA will do, you won't necessarily be taking a view that is, these are the things that should be done. That's not the work of the RA. Is that right? Mr. Graham's shaking his head as well.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, obviously, we're working closely with NEMA to understand what's coming out of that report, and we'll be considering those options alongside many other options that are presented right through all those different kind of planning programs that I talked about, but we'll be taking those through our additional state process and then balancing up those cost benefits, etc., as I talked about, and then really landing at what we're going to be putting in the final disaster adaptation plan, which has already gone through that additional process.
And with that particular plan, iterations and will there be further opportunities for the community to be able to put input into that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have actually established a community reference group, which has met twice already, and that is identified a representative sample from across the entire region. So we've taken them through some work that we've been doing with the broader community around values workshops. We've talked to them quite extensively about the risk information that we're going to be sharing that's coming up in about the May to June period, where we'll be going out more broadly to the community. So really the first thing that we want to do more broadly with the community is really share the risk information that's coming out of all the work that we've done, our risk analysis work that we've worked really closely with councils on, so that we can all understand this is the risk that we're facing, and that's going to be that really multi-hazard view, both now and into the future, considering climate change. So we're taking the community reference group through that material in the next couple of months, and then we'll have a very targeted engagement period in that May-June cycle, so that we're going to be having drop-in sessions online, so that we're really wanting to reach as many people as we can, and looking then to deliver the foundation DAP by the end of the year.
Great. And so the material that the modelling and metrics that you're using in relation to that risk, is most of that coming from DQ and the work that the Department of Environment, Climate Change and their kind of modelling does, and the scenario settings? Is that what you're using in terms of risk?
So we have a number of technical working groups that include DQ, but also what we find is that local councils have a lot of very granular specific information that we also need to include. So we really work quite broadly to gather in as much technical information as we can. The other platform that we're using is that under the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, the Reconstruction Authority is setting up a disaster risk data and insights platform. So where we're pulling in a lot of information that already exists across government to really understand with the overlay of climate change.
I was going to say, so what about so I think what I'm getting at, like these inputs are all very good and that's the kind of experience and the past, but what about the future scenarios that we're working with? Where's that coming from?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the climate change scenarios from DECUS, so we're working with NARCLIM. Yeah.
And which NARCLIM, like are we using, which particular scenarios are we using through NARCLIM?
I'd probably have to take that on notice to get you the specific information. But again, working really closely with the release that was just released at the end of last year. And then also just wanted to note that we're working with Department of Planning to really understand what the future planning scenarios look like as well. But yeah, I can get a little bit, if that very specific information, I can
specific to the NARCLIMs would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms Ellis, have you, as Small Business Commissioner, have you got like a hit list, a top 3 sort of red tape things you'd like to have resolved?
So at the moment, the Commission is doing some work to understand small businesses' concerns about red tape. Late last year, we undertook a consultation process with small businesses and asked them really to tell us what their top concerns are and what the things are that worry them most in that area. And at the moment, what we're doing is we've taken that response that we got from small businesses, which was really very broad and covered a whole range of different areas, and talking to agencies about what small businesses have said, and just to understand, and validate where they've expressed concerns in a particular area. How it works in practice, and there's always context around why things work the way that they do, or why certain regulatory requirements might apply to small businesses. So we're doing that at the moment. We've got obviously a whole range of comments that have been made by small businesses, but it's a bit early at this stage for me to indicate a top 3.
There must be one sitting there that you've got on your sights.
Well, small businesses, generally they talk about complexity of regulation being concerning, not just at the New South Wales level, but across the 3 areas or 3 tiers of government, because small businesses don't tend to, put particular regulation in a particular jurisdictional box. They see the totality of what it is that they need to contend with and see that as a whole.
If that work's been going on for some time, why then the need for the Productivity and Equality Commission to now look into reducing red tape?
You'd need to ask others about that, but my understanding of that review is that it's quite discreetly focused on the cafe and restaurant sector, and is a continuation of some of the reforms that have already been introduced in the vibrancy space or nighttime economy space. And there's obviously been some feedback, particularly from that industry, and the government has felt it's appropriate to ask the Productivity and Equality Commissioner to have a very close look at that particular sector.
And have you been asked already to have input into that inquiry?
I've had some discussions with Treasury in the background, as I do often, about a range of things. The Commission hasn't been formally invited to provide input to that review, but I think it was only announced yesterday, so I wouldn't have expected that to occur yet.
Okay. Ms Ellis, I think if you wanted to leave, you can. We thank you very much for your time, and I would get as far away as you can before I change my mind again and ask you to come back. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Wells, as at today, am I able to walk into Service New South Wales and extend my firearms licence for another 5 years?
I'll need to take that on notice if that's okay. Obviously, we're getting ready for whatever reforms might happen through the changes that are being considered. So I'll need to check that. I would anticipate the answer is yes, but why don't I just check that on notice for you?
When you say get ready, what instructions have you been given to prepare?
None so far. I just note that we do obviously take applications through service centres. Our proof of identity checks are used through the online process and the GunSafe portal that sits around that process as well. So I think we're conscious that we do have a role to play, and we're just getting ready in case there are changes to make those changes.
Have you seen an increase in applications over the last couple of months?
I'll need to check that, and I'll come back to you on notice. Yeah.
Are we able to have a look at the demography of any new changes that have come in? I presume you would have that.
That should be possible, yes.
Age and gender?
Yep.
Have you had to put additional resources in to manage that?
Not as far as I know. No, not at this stage, no.
Have you been asked as an agency to look into any improvements that could be made to upgrade, to update the firearms registry?
No, we haven't. Just again to clarify, that's a police system. They utilise our authentication processes. So your proof, when you prove your identity and log on to that portal, Service New South Wales assists police with that. So they consume our technology to do that, but their actual portal is a police system.
Have there been any parts of the website you just mentioned before, the
GunSafe portal?
The GunSafe website that have been disabled in the last couple of months, or is it still functioning as it was December 23rd?
Again, there'd be questions for police, but not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll just give you one quick opportunity, if I may, because I flagged this with you before. The Tell Your Story Once situation that has come up on a number of times, and we discussed it earlier in the week.
Yep.
How good can that be for us?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and thanks for raising it, because I think it's an important improvement we can make jointly to our response to disaster. I think, as we talked about this week, the learnings we've taken from the Northern Rivers, from the Central West, from Broken Hill, have made their way into the response from last year, and there have been a lot of improvements. But it'd be fair to say that the Tell Your Story Once, or TISO platform as we call it, I think can be further expanded and used in those recovery situations to really great effect. It's probably a common piece of feedback we get that telling your story to multiple agencies across a recovery centre is an issue and could be improved. We have made improvements to that platform ourselves, and between the Reconstruction Authority and ourselves, we are utilising those improvements. So we fill in customers fill in a common disaster impact form that's shared between ourselves. We construct what we call care plans, common actions or tasks for a customer that might help us streamline the process and so forth. But I think, Mr. Barrett, you're right. That's something that if hopefully we don't have overlapping disasters in the next sort of few months, it might be something that we can pick up together and look to expand across government, because I think it could have great utility for customers.
Is there anything that can be done to expedite that so we don't get caught short again?
The main thing would be for it not to rain or but no, look, I think we've got most of what we need. I think there can be some improvements between us and other agencies as it is.
Okay. Look, again, Mr. Wells, Ms. Gibbons, I think we're finished with our line of questioning for yourselves. I do, from memory, generally say at the end of these things that if anything has been taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch, which has happened, as you just took down as far as those statistics we were talking about. So someone will be in touch with that. So
thank you.
Thank you very much. Unless there was anything that did come to you needed to clear up.
All good.
Okay, thank you. I'd suggest the same advice before something comes in.
Thank you.
Unfortunately for those from the Reconstruction Authority, I have a couple of things to revisit. And I will start with the Marsden Park issue. More broadly, what is the role of the Reconstruction Authority when new developments are proposed?
Yeah, and I'll ask Ms Whale to step you through our role in relation to that.
Yep. So in terms of the North West Growth Centre, the Reconstruction Authority has carriage of the flood evacuation model. So our responsibility is to get inputs from SES, Transport, Department of Planning on their future growth scenarios, put them into the model so that we can understand what the evacuation capacity of the road network will be now and into the future. And that is one input that Department of Planning uses to make their decisions about developments or rezonings.
So yours is not a binary role in the yes or no, it's this is our advice.
That's correct. Our role is to really articulate what the risk is in terms of evacuation capacity. So whether or not the road network will be, overly constrained with the amount of, say, residential dwellings that might be being proposed. So it's not binary, but it's just to really articulate what that evacuation capacity is of the road network.
And have you shared that advice on that particular development?
Yes, we have. So we've been working really closely with DeFi on the proposal.
With DeFi?
The Department of Planning, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I think the report that was referred to in the earlier session was actually the flood evacuation modelling report that was released by the Reconstruction Authority in 2023. And that report was fundamental in some decisions not to rezone certain areas of the North West Growth Centre, including Marsden Park. So since that decision, we've been working really closely with the Department of Planning on understanding what other uses there might be. So for instance, employment lands, and it's a significantly reduced residential dwelling yield. And we've been able to work with them on what that proposal looks like in terms of evacuation capacity.
And are we confident that the evacuation capacity exists from that development?
Yeah, we're confident that what we've proposed has definitely been part of that risk assessment process that the Department of Planning, has taken. I mean, it's obviously not our role to make that ultimate decision, but we articulate the risk for them, and it's one input that they use to make their decision on.
Are those conversations ongoing now, or is that something you hand on and it's on someone else's desk now?
No, they're ongoing. So we have a very collaborative approach with the Department of Planning, and we're regularly working with them on what those proposals look like.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to revisit some of the stats, and I'm sorry this is a bit of a boring, almost procedural part of budget estimates, but looking specifically at the floods, the Mid-North Coast floods, the applications that closed on the 2nd of February. So there was the small business package and also the primary industries package. Mm-hmm. Is that a fair high-level summary of the
Let me just
support that was available?
Let's Miss Abbott set herself up and she can take you through the packages that were available. It was the mid-coast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you just give me a second. I'll
absolutely.
Go through my very large folder. So I think the question was around the packages themselves and which packages were available.
I'm going to be asking some stats around how many applications, how many rejected.
Yep, no worries. So there's a number of different programs available for that one, from disaster relief grants through to primary producers, small business. We also had personal hardship grants available for that particular one, and then some additional measures such as loans for small businesses, loans for primary producers. We also have things like emergency fodder. It's quite an extensive list of different programs that we had available. But Chair, if there's particular ones you would like us to go through, I'm happy to go through those stats.
Are we able to look, please, at the small business grants and the hardship grants, please?
Miss I've been calling for you, Ash. Sorry, it is 3 weeks in. Miss Abbott provides us with that. I would just say that noting you don't want to call them back, but they do have more contemporary data because they're getting the small business team get it on a daily basis. So I just don't want to be compared to data that may have been provided by them earlier today. So there might be some small discrepancies just because we're coming from sort of slightly older data sets than they are.
Can I then just ask you, as Ms Abbas-Kittering, just to throw your eye over that afterwards, Ms Fitzgerald, and just see if there is any major discrepancies we might need to revisit. And I won't, pin you to the wall.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was getting at. Thank you.
So in terms of personal hardship assistance, we'll start there.
Yeah.
We had 47,357 applications being paid. So that was $14.3 million paid there.
Sorry, they were all paid, the 47,000?
Yep. And there was a total of 54,398 applications received. So within that, we're looking at approximately 7,032 applications that were declined. And we still have 9 applications that, for various reasons, Service New South Wales is still working with the applicant on information. I don't have the specifics, but typically these types of ones that take this time are because the bank details provided may have been incorrect or the like. So they've been approved, they're just working through the payment method of that.
Do you know how many were, I guess, applications put in but then withdrawn?
No, I think that one was asked of Service New South Wales this morning, and we don't have the data on withdrawn applications for that particular program.
Okay. Sorry, so 54,000 applications, 47,000 paid out on or approved.
Yep.
And 7,000 declined. Okay, thank you. Now the small business ones, same sort of stats, number of applications.
Just trying to, usually Service New South Wales would take this particular one on our behalf. They're contracted to deliver this
Again,
one.
I'm trying to be helpful and end up making it harder for everyone.
Can I come back to that in just a moment? I'll get
quite happy for that. And if, to be honest, if it's not there and it is delivered on notice, that's, again, because I tried to let them go, and I apologise for not thinking that through.
So, sorry, I do have that information. So it's a small business and not-for-profit grant.
Yep.
That's the one you're after.
Thank you very much, Kate. So these, as Kate mentioned, these are from the 20th of February. So we get these reported to us weekly from Service New South Wales. So we had 1,698 applications received. 598 of those have been approved. 999 of those were declined, and 101 are still in progress.
That's a lot declined versus approved. So for like nearly half, there's nearly 2 declined for every 1 approved. Is there any particular reason you must have done some looking into that? Is there any general reasons that these are declined?
Look, I think we would need to take that on notice. There's a varying level of declines that we see in there. We do know that some of them are just pure eligibility related in terms of the types of things that they can claim. So the Category C funding is defined through the disaster relief funding arrangements, which means that certain types of claims are not eligible through this process. But we also see that through this, in previous events, we've had duplicate information, duplicate applications, applications whereby people haven't provided all the information that's required, so we can get stats on that as well. So we'd have to come back to you with a bit more detail on those when we work with Service New South Wales, because they keep that level of data.
That would be great. And that same question about any withdrawn.
Yeah, so there's a couple, as Ms Abbott was saying, some of the reasons that applications are declined is that they're incomplete supporting evidence and not contactable, they've been withdrawn by the customer, ineligible in terms of evidence of impact or other details. That may include that they don't meet the eligibility in relation to being a sole trader. they may be also ineligible because the customer's indicated they don't intend to resume operations, and loss of income that the customers apply to cover loss of income which is not covered under the grants. We do have the percentages of those categories broken down for you if you'd like to provide.
That would be great. And are they geographically broken down as well?
We don't have that data available to us here, but we can see if that's available.
LGA.
Maybe on LGA or something.
Yeah,
that'd be fantastic.
Just to add, I think this information that we have here is showing 50% of those applications, so of the 999, were due to incomplete supporting evidence or being uncontactable. So it is a large number, but a lot of them are from an applicant perspective, not that they've gone through a process and we've said, you're not eligible.
Once someone is declined, is it just, sorry, you declined, or is it you are declined because of A, B and C?
We will provide rationale in the decline letters, and also provide information about any appeals that may be eligible or that applicant may be able to do through that process.
I guess that's where I was going with that. Can someone then take that information on board and go, well, geez, I didn't get that information, or I need to explain why I qualify for that?
Yeah.
So some of those declined, would they then apply and become approved?
So there's two different things I think we'd look at. So one is whereby their application has been closed because they didn't provide information. If they come back to us within the application timeframe, those applications can be reopened and we can go through that. So whereby they were just closed because there was no contact. Where an applicant is formally declined, through all of our programs, so not just small business, we have an appeals process that allows if someone has additional information to what was put in their application, that can be considered through the appeals process.
Okay. Thank you. Can someone explain to me, please, what the process would be to have changes made to the disaster recovery funding arrangements?
The disaster funding arrangements, so the DRFA, the
Yes.
disaster recovery funding arrangements.
Yes.
So the disaster recovery funding arrangements are a cost-sharing funding arrangement, and the policy and parameters of those funding arrangements are set by the federal government.
Okay. So when the conversations that the minister's talking about, there are Minco or something like that, where the ministers get together and discuss how that should look, that happens at a ministerial level or a departmental level?
Both. So as the Minister was outlining this morning, the federal government commissioned a review into the disaster funding arrangements probably nearly 2 years ago now, of which they haven't yet released it. And that review looked at some of the policy settings of the DRFA. So those conversations do occur at both a ministerial and a departmental level, but the decision-making body for that is the federal government. So the decisions around the policy settings of the DRFA are not made through ministerial forums or departmental forums.
The review that you just mentioned then, again, the reviews that I've seen, there's a review done, there's recommendations made, and then a response to that. Has the Reconstruction Authority been asked to put in any feedback or views on the recommendations that have come out of that?
So the New South Wales government did participate in terms of input into the Colvin review, and there was also a Glasser review as well, which was more in relation to the sort of governance of the national emergency management arrangements. But in relation to the Colvin review, the state government did provide, as I understand it, a submission into that inquiry.
We provided advice to NEMA. We obviously didn't. We provided a position to NEMA, and we were very clear in providing that position that it wasn't a position of government, because we were given the review and a very quick turnaround to provide some advice through to the agency. So we did provide some advice. Obviously, I think our advice was along the lines of making sure that we wanted to protect the funding share that the New South Wales does get under the current arrangements, and we don't want to see any winding back of that. But constant conversations about how we'd like to see it improved are occurring. We've talked about the assets that aren't included in the essential public asset definition at the moment. We've talked about that last week and earlier this morning, that was mentioned as well. So definitely the other focus that we've got is some of the process improvements that we're trying to work with NEMA about. Speeding up the time that it takes to receive funding, speeding up the application process, making sure that we've got robust evidence to support the decision making. Those are all sorts of things that we're in constant conversation with NEMA about.
Okay. The community there are community recovery officers that we chatted about earlier with the Minister. I seem to recall from an earlier hat that I used to wear that there were these positions in council full-time, even before, in the lead up to, obviously you don't know when a disaster is going to have, but turned out they were in place when a disaster did happen. Is that?
I'll ask Ms Abbott to talk to these. I think we're talking about two different positions, basically, but potentially sort of crossover.
Someone that played that role, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm not aware through the disaster relief funding arrangements, which is the community recovery officers, that's our current ones, of them being full-time at any time in council. So unless it was another government funding program or some other arrangements that were in place prior to that, but the DRFA guidelines that have been in place for some time now are very clear on the fact that these are time limited and they need to be used for a particular disaster. There is an intent within those positions to utilise them to create resilience in the community following response, so to, where possible, build community networks and the like that can continue some of their work post the time limit. But yeah, to your question, I'm not aware of the other positions that you're referring to, but if there's additional information that you're able to, happy to take that conversation at a later time.
That was just something that was in my head. But surely there's a benefit to have someone in place to I guess a machine's easier to build up than build altogether. So, yeah, I just wonder the support for having these people in places, as we have heard in that inquiry into the RA.
Yeah, and I think if I can just add to Ms Abbott's comments, is that actually the policy settings around the community recovery officers have changed in recent years. So prior to the last couple of years, they weren't a sort of standard assistant measure that was able to be rolled out underneath the DRFA, but because of the criticality of those roles for communities, they have become more of a standard form of assistance that the federal government allows for underneath the DRFA. But prior to that, they were really for those sort of statewide catastrophic emergencies. And over the last couple of years, we've seen them being applied obviously in those sort of catastrophic situations, but also in our moderate to major events as well. So they are, I suppose, growing in terms of the knowledge of them, but also the usefulness that they are playing within the communities. And insofar as possible, we are trying to make sure that they're also focused on building the preparedness and resilience of communities as well. But at this stage, the funding stream that we have available under the DRFA for those officers is post-emergencies.
Which seems to be an ongoing problem with disaster funding. You can get that sort of money once you've had a disaster, but you kind of need it front-loaded, so you have those positions in place.
Which is what the Colvin Review specifically looks at, is how you rebalance funding into mitigation and resilience building.
The numbers that we've heard thrown around for a few years now are something like 97% of funding is spent on recovery and 3% on preparation. Is that number shifting at all?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of what it looks like from a state government perspective. I think I would say, and the Minister was referring to her expectations of the RA, it's very clear to me that one of the Minister's expectations is that we do see an increased investment in New South Wales around mitigation and betterment and resilience. One of the main ways in which the state is addressing that at this stage is through the Disaster Ready Fund, which is the $1 billion program administered by the federal government, and of which year on year the New South Wales government has been able to increase the amount of funding that we receive out of the DRF, and we've recently just announced our DRF grant recipients, and we're getting ready for round 4. So we are definitely trying to increase the amount of funding that is available to the state for mitigation.
Can I get an update on the situation with the Eugara land development?
That'd be Graham.
Graham. Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Kennett online.
Great.
To discuss
I hate
that.
seeing people that have to sit through and not get a stat up.
Finally. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Barrett. Yeah, so we've had, I think, a series now of 4 meetings with councils. There's a project control group established. They've got their final layout for the subdivision. They've engaged the project manager and consultants to undertake the development application process. they're looking at a staged approach to that development that would allow release of 4, maybe up to 6 blocks early as a stage 1, where there's existing infrastructure, road, water and sewer nearby that will more than likely be able to accommodate the demand from the RHP participants. So yeah, they're progressing well. We're just working with Cabon on that project.
Has there been any tracking of the people affected by the buybacks, whether we are able to keep them in town?
Well, yes, there has. There's a concierge team in place through the RHP that are in contact with the buyback participants. So they're all at various stages of completion of their buybacks, but the conversation's happening at the same time while they're working through the RHP process about what their future plans are, you know, things like relocating homes or staying in the area and rebuilding. So yes, there's an ongoing conversation with those participants.
Once this is something I've raised a couple of times, but once that land is bought back, and you're probably up to this stage now in Lismore, who owns that block of land now, and who is responsible for the management of that block of land?
So at the moment, that's the RA. Answer both questions.
And do you have some of those blocks already under your ownership?
Yes.
Yep.
Are you?
Christy would have numbers. Sorry, but yes, there's several of them.
And Ms. Clark can speak further to that. Thanks.
Well, my concern is that they then become a block of land sitting within a council area. Who's responsible for mowing that block of land? Who's responsible for spraying the St John's wort on there? What happens when someone drops a fridge or a pile of asbestos on that land? Is RA in a position, or have they been undertaking clean-up and maintenance of those blocks?
Yes, Mr. Barrett, we have. So we've made 16 buyback offers in the Central West. 11 have been accepted and 7 have settled. For those 7 settled buyback properties, we have a maintenance contract through Public Works, who subcontract those works. So regular mowing, but also make safe of those properties that we've purchased is undertaken through that contract, and that will be in place until the removal of those properties. So we have done an assessment on some of the ones that have settled already, and we're progressing demolition. I think it's for 3 of them. I'll confirm that number, but while they're in our ownership, we have a contract for maintenance and make safe of those properties until they progress in terms of a future land use, which is led by Mr. Kennett's team.
Okay. Look, I am conscious that it's Friday afternoon, and I could keep going with lots of these questions, but there are also questions that I can probably come to people about at some other point, or go through the Minister. We've got Cameron back down there, we've got Mr. Murphy back down out of his office, so we've got that set up as well. So unless Miss McDonald has a couple of questions as well.
Yeah. And I'll try not to keep you too long. Sorry, I'll go back to my previous line of questions. So I think I already asked what was the cost of the legal advice, and that might have been taken on notice. That's right, isn't it?
Take that on notice.
Yeah. We'll take on the notice the actual number. We've still got to finalise the independent review, so we can provide those numbers.
Yeah.
And then,
you did also ask a question in terms of whether or not other programs. I can confirm that the money that will be ultimately spent on the data breach response won't be at the cost of direct service delivery programs.
Okay, so it won't come out of Resilient Homes
reserves.
program. Okay, all right. And I might now turn to the appointment of Mr. Owens to, and I just wondered whether prior to his appointment or reappointment was any formal due diligence undertaken.
I'll take that on notice, Mrs.
And
McDonald.
I say that because at the budget estimates on the 3rd of November 2023, for Portfolio 7, when Mr. Draper was asked a question, and I've got it coming down, but I'll read it, sorry. So Mr. the Honourable Scott Farlow asked a question of Mr Draper. Did you ask Mr Owens to stand down from the Reconstruction Authority? And Mr Draper said, no, I didn't. I made clear to him the inconsistencies between his role on the Reconstruction Authority Board and his activities in making representation on behalf of property developers. He came up with a number of suggestions of how he might manage that, including himself not directly being involved in making some of these representations or doing that work. We suggested to him that this wasn't going to cut it, that it wouldn't pass any sort of sniff test to the public, that if his company was doing work for property developers and then he was sitting on the Reconstruction Authority Board where we're providing advice to the government about protecting people from loss of life and severe property damage from floods, that wasn't, going to cut it publicly. Ultimately, we suggested that he needed to make a choice about whether he wanted to continue on the Reconstruction Authority Board or whether he wanted to continue being a representative for property developers in regard to these matters. I will try and table. I'm just waiting for someone to print that. So that's the reason for the minister asked me where I was going with this. That's kind of where I was going, that, and previously he had to repay travel expenses considered as part of that due diligence. Is there any comment?
Mrs McDonald, I don't have any of that information in front of me, so I am happy to take those questions on notice and provide a written response.
On notice, okay. And was the department aware then of his personal relationship between, say, Mr Owens and the Minister's Chief of Staff at the time of appointment?
I will take that on notice.
Okay, all right. That's my questions, because I'm waiting for someone to bring me my...
I'll just had a bit of time out while we're waiting for that document to come down. But donation management, it's something that I've seen work well and work badly. It is also something that I think we're getting better at as people understand that delivering donations and truckloads of old cupboards and soft toys actually can do damage to local areas. Do we have any formal processes in place to better manage that process?
Yeah, I'll ask Ms Abbott to outline our capability in that space.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. So essentially, currently we have a contract in place with Give It, who are our official New South Wales Government donations partner for disaster recovery. That contract has been working quite well. We've seen, as you mentioned, an increase or an improvement in donations management relating to disasters. Part of that is also to be coupled with an awareness campaign. So we've been quite active in speaking to communities early about how we can better manage donations. It is our intent to continue a contract moving forward, and we're about to go out, or either have or are about to, sorry, I need to confirm that, go out for a new procurement contract for donations management. So as government, we will continue to make sure that that's a focus of disaster recovery.
Did you get what you needed, or you want me to answer the question? That obviously will come with awareness program as well, because that's a big part of it, is educating people on what they need to do in those scenarios.
Yeah, definitely. So there's requirements on the procured provider to obviously promote their service, but as an agency we also have an awareness campaign that we actually roll out, and we work through the public information coordinator during disasters to make sure that as a government we're also putting out that message, and that message early, which is really important. So that'll both go hand in hand.
Okay, now I note that paper's just been handed around. I'll ask Ms McDonald, are they taking what you needed on notice, or have you got a follow-up question you'd like now that paper is in their hands?
I'm just wondering, you probably will have to take it on notice, but knowing what Mr Draper has said about Mr Owens in a budget estimates in a prior occasion, do you think that he would have, that he should have been taken on as, he was appointed in that role?
I need to take that on notice.
Sorry? Table it?
Yeah.
I would like to table that,
Sure.
yeah, sorry.
I do estimates transcripts.
I didn't keep a copy for myself. Is there a spare
So, okay, so the question's been asked. You're happy to take that on notice, is what I've understood. Are you happy with the outcome of that, Ms McDonald? Or did you have a follow-up question?
I think, yeah, I don't, because, I mean, it's only been sprung on you now, but I think based on this information that there might have been a different outcome and that possibly, you know, full checks, probity hasn't been involved in making that appointment.
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that I don't have the information before me in relation to Mr. Owen's appointment as a recovery coordinator. As I outlined before, he was appointed through a procurement process as opposed to an employment process. I know that we undertake conflicts of interest and due diligence as part of our normal business as usual procurement arrangements. I'm happy to provide the detail in relation to the specific due diligence we undertook in relation to that procurement activity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Righto, Ms McDonald, before we do, Ms Fitzgerald, before we do go, noting you're relatively new to the role, how is everyone going? Your crew's been through quite a bit in the last couple of years, and I know we go through some theatre in here, but how are all your staff going?
Look, good. I think it's been pointed out to me, I think we've had 95 emergencies. So even though while the Minister may say that we're a toddler, I'd say it's a very experienced toddler. I think that that the teams are going well. They do excellent work. People are very passionate about the work that they do within RA. I know from speaking to many general managers and mayors and partners over the last 3 weeks that the work of RA is really valued and the people of RA are really valued. I, like you, have read the People Matter survey results. I'm conscious about some of the trends that we're seeing within that data, but I also know that some of the trends where we are seeing really positive moves are in relation to people's commitment and purpose and their alignment to the work of RA. So I think hopefully my colleagues will support me, but one of the things I've been very clear about from the commencement of my appointment is about making sure we're managing wellbeing and workload, and that will continue to be a focus for me as the CEO.
Thank you very much. Unless you had anything else we can't go to government questions because we can't do that until 5:15, and we might not hang around until then, if that's okay with you, Mr Murphy. Thank you, government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions as well. Thank you all for what you're doing, and thank you to everyone else that was here as well, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you to the secretariat and Hansard and AV and everyone else and catering, and thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.